Chapter 5398. Lin Xian was really surprised. He had a guess, but he didn't know if it was right, because just now he didn't use his Rinnegan. In the next moment, the light of reincarnation in his right eye was activated. Lin Xian was ready to watch the battle with all his might. Fire Qilin was also surprised that the other party blocked his attack. Damn it, no matter what kind of physique you have, you can't compete with me. As the Imperial Prince, although he didn't have the legendary physique in the starry sky, his bloodline was extremely powerful at that time. He charged out again. His palms formed a seal, and monstrous flames formed a terrifying firestorm. The firestorm swept toward him, and at the same time, Fire Qilin also moved. Qilin trampling the sky. He stomped his foot, shattering the sky. This was the great emperor's ultimate technique, and it was very terrifying. With one stomp, he could turn a divine ancestor into ashes. At this moment, he directly stomped on Chao Tianxing. Everyone became nervous again. When the great emperor's divine ability was used, its power was much stronger than before. Could this Chao Tianxing resist it? Chao Tianxing's expression didn't change, and he also punched out. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. He actually blocked the Qilin trample. Countless people went crazy. This Chao Tianxing really had a body. What was going on with him? These people began to discuss, but they didn't feel any terrifying aura. What kind of physique did he have? These people went crazy. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. As expected, he was also shocked. It seemed that this was Chao Tianxing's real trump card. Previously, when he was in the second star region, he met Chao Tianxing. At that time, Chao Tianxing hadn't used this terrifying ultimate technique yet. He didn't know what Chao Tianxing had experienced during this period of time, but one could imagine how terrifying Chao Tianxing was now. Just now, through his Rinnegan, Lin Xian saw clearly that Chao Tianxing didn't resist with his powerful physique. Instead, he punched out tens of thousands of times in an instant. One had to know that at their level, they could launch many attacks in an instant. It was easy for them. In fact, Lin Xian could also release tens of thousands of sword shadows in an instant. In the blink of an eye, countless powerhouses could be turned into ashes. But this was completely different from Chao Tianxing. Tens of thousands of sword shadows shot out in an instant, but the crowd could still distinguish and see. But now no one could tell that Chao Tianxing had punched out 30,000 times. Everyone thought that the other party had only used a single punch. What did this mean? This meant that his opponent's speed was truly extremely fast. Those tens of thousands of fists turned into a single punch. There was no difference in the sound. What kind of speed was this? Lin Xian had never seen the others before, so he probably hadn't seen them either. The Fire Qilin was furious. Damn it, Qilin tramples the heavens. The second step came over again, and what he used was the seventh step of the Qilin trampling the heavens. Under 7 steps, heaven and earth would shatter. Nothing could stop him. The power of the second step was even more terrifying than before. There was another deafening clang as Chao Tianxing blocked his fist with another punch. Its power seemed to be increasing as well. On the 3rd step, the 4th step, and the 5th step, the Fire Qilin was suddenly sent flying. How could Chao Tianxing's strength be so terrifying? Why do I feel that it is not weaker than the 9-yang divine body? It was close to the primal chaos body. Could it be that he also had one of the top 10 divine physiques in the universe? Everyone went crazy. The innate Taoism aptitude also burst out with a cold light in his eyes, because it was one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. Now, another physique that was as famous as him had appeared, but why hadn't he heard of it before? The people outside were also in an uproar. The experts of the Fire Qilin cave were all stunned. Damn it, what was going on? The people from the other emperor clans were also discussing animatedly. The face of the emissary of Mount Eternal also darkened. It was him. How could it be? It shouldn't be. He stared straight ahead. On the sky stairway, the first emissary also turned around. This time, his expression became incomparably solemn. He stared at Chao Tiansheng and said in a deep voice, "Just now you punched 1,000,000 times. Didn't you?" What? The others were stunned. 1,000,000 times. What kind of joke was this? There was only one group. Just now. Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a look at the first time. This person was very extraordinary. He actually saw through this at a glance. Indeed, Lin Xian's Rinnegan had just captured it. It was indeed 1,000,000 fists that were punched out in an instant, making those top experts think it was a single punch. After hearing this, the Fire Qilin was also stunned. 1,000,000 fists? His feet still hurt a little. He couldn't even use his strength. To be honest, he didn't understand whether it was a single punch or 1,000,000 fists. Chao Tianxing looked at the first emissary of Mount Eternal and narrowed his eyes. He said, as expected of someone from Mount Eternal, "It seems that you should know my origin." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The second emissary also asked, "Boss, who is he? What's his origin? What kind of body is it?" The first emissary took a deep breath. "It seems that I was right." He looked at the second emissary and said coldly, "He didn't have a divine body, nor did he have infinite strength." The first emissary was stunned. The others were even more puzzled. What was going on? The first emissary snorted coldly. "Stupid. I just said that he doesn't have a divine body. His punch isn't as powerful as the 9-yang divine body or the innate Taoism aptitude. But not a single punch. 10,000 punches, 100,000 punches, 1,000,000 punches. If these punches were thrown out in an instant and you top experts couldn't tell them apart, how terrifying would the power be?" The second emissary was dumbfounded. He had really thrown out 10,000 punches in an instant just now. He was stunned. With his strength, he couldn't tell. The others were even more in an uproar. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. With our strength, can't we tell apart 10,000 punches? Not to mention 1,000,000 punches, even 10,000,000 punches. He threw out a punch in an instant, and we could clearly tell. They were all doubtful. The first emissary sneered. "What do you bunch of trash know?" Those people were angry. "Trash, you dare to call me trash?" Mars also snorted coldly. He was a dignified emperor who laughed at the world. Now he was actually being looked down upon. However, he was indeed puzzled now. He said coldly, "Then tell me, where did he come from?" The first emissary stared at him. Chao Tiansheng said coldly. He didn't expect that there was still someone alive from the legendary Light Clan that had disappeared. The Light Clan. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was puzzled. He seemed to have met someone from the Light Clan before. However, the first emissary snorted coldly. Which ones were not considered the real Light Clan? The real Light Clan was so fast that no one could compare to them. In fact, they were almost there. Parallel to time, they could travel through time. They could go to the future with their speed. They could go to the past. Nothing could stop them. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They were so fast that they could ignore time. They could go to the past in a flash and travel through the future. God, this is impossible. They roared crazily. Even the great emperors couldn't do that. The first emissary snorted coldly. The great emperors couldn't do that? Do you know the strength of the great emperors? You've only heard of some legends. Without reaching that level, no one knows how terrifying the great emperors are. Besides, I don't know if the great emperors can do it, but the Light Clan did it. Chapter 5399. Traveling Through Time. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying was this speed? Even Lin Xian was stunned. Was this the real Light Clan? The people from the Emperor Clan outside. After receiving the news, they were also shocked. Light Clan, what an ancient name. The real Light Clan should have been destroyed back then, but there were still people alive. Could it be that he had traveled through time and space and hid in the torrent of time? Someone frowned. But no matter what, Chao Tianqing was a member of the Light Clan. When this identity was revealed, everyone was stunned. Especially after seeing the other party's strength, they were even more shocked. Fire Qilin's expression was cold. So you're a member of the Light Clan. But so what? A clan that was no longer around. You alone can't cause any trouble? I'll eliminate you today. Your Light Clan has become history, so don't come out again. Fire Qilin roared angrily. Qilin technique. He roared at the sky and transformed into a Qilin. The terrifying Qilin flew out. This sound shook heaven and earth. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb. They exclaimed softly, quickly seal off their hearing. This sound could directly make their ears bleed. One after another, the powerhouses sealed their hearing. However, Chao Tianqing was still not afraid. Since he had already revealed his identity as a member of the Light Clan, there was nothing to hide. He stood there and didn't seem to dodge. However, the truth was that he was moving at high speed. Because his speed was too fast, his afterimage hadn't disappeared yet. He appeared again. Therefore, everyone saw that he didn't move, but in fact he was dodging these sounds at high speed. Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. This was the young master's speed. It was too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't tell at all. After the sound disappeared, Fire Qilin's expression became extremely ugly. He realized that it was useless against the other party. Chao Tianqing said, "As the descendant of the great emperor, is this all you have? Show me all your earth divine powers. Otherwise, you won't have a chance if I attack." His voice wasn't that boring, but it was extremely domineering. This meant that his strength was above Fire Qilin. Fire Qilin was completely furious after hearing this. "Damn it! How dare you underestimate me?" Qilin arm. He suddenly stretched out his left hand, and a terrifying Qilin phantom appeared on it. Black runes condensed into a black Qilin. This arm was too terrifying. It was also a great emperor divine ability. Legend has it that one could summon the heroic souls of the Black Qilin clan to attach to one's arm. It could increase the prowess of the arm by several folds, and it could be used to kill enemies. The moment the Qilin arm appeared, it was truly horrifying to the extreme. Everyone was shocked. They realized that even if they were to face such an attack, they would not be able to withstand it. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to withstand it either. It was very likely that he would be instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the Qilin arm passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The place where Chao Tianqing was at shattered once again, but he quickly dodged. However, this was not the end. The left hand of the Qilin arm stretched out, enveloping the entire world and sealing the universe. No matter where you hide, as long as you are still in this world, you have nowhere to hide. The Fire Qilin's voice was extremely domineering. The palm formed by the Fire Qilin's arm completely enveloped the entire space. He was confident that he could kill the other party this time. In the face of this attack, Chao Tianqing did not dodge. He clenched his fist again, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. It was the same punch, but it wasn't a million punches. Instead, it was tens of thousands of attacks. It was completed completely in an instant, and it merged perfectly together. With a boom, it actually blocked the Qilin arm. Everyone was shocked. The Fire Qilin also withdrew his palm. The other party could actually withstand it. How despicable. Chao Tianqing rose into the air. "It seems like this is all you have. Then let's end this battle. I'll let you see what it means to attack at a speed of hundreds of millions of times." After hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank. The last time, it was hundreds of millions of times. Was it hundreds of millions of times this time? It increased by 10 times. Could the other party's speed reach such a level? They didn't know. However, the next punch shocked them, because at this moment when the fist was thrown out, it became the only thing in the world. Even those extreme weapons were astonished. This person from the Light Clan was too unbelievable. He could actually reach such a level. The others were even more stunned. Although they couldn't see the fist clearly, they could feel that under this punch, there were probably not many people present who could withstand it. The people from the Fire Qilin cave also had ugly expressions. "No, Your Highness, be careful." They roared crazily. The Fire Qilin roared angrily and used the Qilin arm to the extreme. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. The fiery red spear was condensed from his bloodline. It was a peerless spear. Kill! It collided with the hundreds of millions of times fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out. This punch created a black hole in the sky. The black vortex spun, making people's scalps tingle. How was the battle going? They didn't know. They all widened their eyes and waited. When the light disappeared, only Chao Tianqing stood there with his hands behind his back. Although his face was ordinary, his body was carrying a mysterious luster at this moment. Everyone's scalps went numb. He eliminated the other party, the Fire Qilin. This was an emperor's son. Was he defeated by the other party with a single punch? No, it wasn't just one punch, but hundreds of millions of punches. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too terrifying. This person could definitely enter the top 10. He could probably compete for the top 5 or even the top 3. Outside the extreme path world, the Fire Qilin spat out a mouthful of blood after coming out. Damn it. He couldn't accept it. Was he really beaten out? That punch just now had made him feel a fatal danger. Cracks had even appeared on his body. His Qilin skill couldn't block the other party's punch. He wanted to fight back, but he realized that he couldn't do it anymore. He had really failed. He didn't even enter the top 10. As the arch of the Fire Qilin cave, this was unbearable for him. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were also in despair. The other powerhouses sighed. There was nothing they could do. Although the Fire Qilin was powerful, his opponent was the light race. They were existences that swept across the world millions of years ago. They were existences that could even travel through time and space. However, later on, the people of the light race were destroyed. As for who it was, no one knew now. Only some Darch clans still had ancient records. It was an earth-shattering battle. It was said that that battle shattered the heavens and shattered the universe. In the end, the light race never appeared again. After millions of years, some peerless powerhouses of the lightning race appeared. They called themselves the light race. They thought that they had reached the limit in speed. However, everyone knew that they weren't the real light race because their speed couldn't travel through time and space. However, in the ancient times, someone from the light race had appeared alive. Moreover, he defeated the Darch and displayed his powerful strength. Was the glory of the light race going to reappear in this era? Chapter 5400. More battles broke out, but none of them happened. Chao Tianqing had shocked everyone. In the end, the battles were over, and only 11 people were left. Everyone frowned. There were only 10 people in the top 10, but now there was one more. This meant that one more person was going to be eliminated. Everyone was on high alert. The people left here were all peerless experts who were qualified to enter the top 10. It all depended on who was the unlucky one. He was eliminated by someone else. The two most terrifying people were the first emissary. No one dared to challenge them. Even the second emissary was invincible, let alone the first emissary. The other was the born Taoism aptitude, which was said to be even more terrifying than the chaotic body. Now, the great Tao that the other party possessed caused everyone to shrink back. The other one was Chao Tianqing. After Chao Tianqing displayed his extreme speed and punched hundreds of millions of times, no one dared to challenge him. Apart from him, the others seemed to be facing a great enemy. The second emissary sneered. Some useless people were not qualified to stand here. He stared at Lin Xian. Then he stared at Morong Qingcheng, his eyes shining with a cold light. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Yan Ruyu had been eliminated, and the Crimson Dragon had also been eliminated. Now, only he and Morong Qingcheng were left. Was someone trying to take advantage of him again? He stood up and stared at the second emissary. I've said it before. You dared to injure Ryu, so I won't let you live in this world. Get out here. Today is the day you die. Everyone was surprised. They had not expected Lin Wuti to take the initiative to challenge the second emissary. The second emissary was very strong. He could definitely enter the top 10. No one would challenge such an expert, but Lin Xian did it. Everyone also knew that the other party was taking revenge for Yen Ryu. Outside, Yen Ryu sighed when he saw this. The people of the Divine Union were nervous. Could Boss Lin do it? The people of Mount Eternal sneered. Although Lin Wuxuan had eliminated a few emissaries, the second emissary was different. The indestructible cauldron was terrifying. It was not something the other party could imagine. This time, the second emissary would end the competition. The second emissary walked out. Brat, I wanted to get rid of you when I got into the top 10. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make it so that you'll never be able to enter the top 10. Don't worry, after you die, I won't let this woman of yours go either. He laughed cruelly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Provoking Mount Eternal was the wrong choice. Lin Xian coldly snorted. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. He roared angrily and threw out a punch. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. What it displayed was true power. The power of the divine body was boundless. The second emissary shouted angrily, Do you think I'm afraid of you? He had long wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, his murderous aura swept out like the sea. Its entire body blossomed, and a resplendent radiance turned into a sword of death. A terrifying aura pierced through heaven and earth and collided with Lin Xian's fist. The void continued to shatter as the two of them fought fiercely. 10 moves had already passed, every single strike able to split open mountains, making those sacred ancestors' scalps go numb. They were too strong. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Who would be stronger this time? Some people supported Lin Xian, and some people thought that the second emissary would win, because the second emissary was too terrifying. After a short exchange, the second emissary took out the indestructible cauldron and circled around her head, releasing thousands of auras. It protected his soul. Boy, I know you have the Rinnegan, but I won't give you a chance. Everyone sighed. It was over. Lin Wuti's soul was also restrained. He had no chance at all. Lin Xian sneered. He used the illusory demon scripture. A terrifying demonic aura emerged, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. He directly charged over. Lin Xian wanted to kill his opponent. Not only did he want to eliminate his opponent, but he also wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let his opponent live. True demon, overturning sky hand. As soon as he came up, Lin Xian used a peerless, great magical power. The demonic shadow behind him condensed into a black palm that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space. Everyone's scalp went numb. They thought that the Qilin arm had appeared again, because when Fire Qilin used the Qilin arm, it was just like this, connecting heaven and earth. The palm covered the universe. Now that Lin Xian used a similar technique, they were shocked. Fire Qilin was also shocked. Was this the opponent's emperor technique? The demonic emperor. You're courting death. The second emissary snorted. Since the opponent wanted to end the battle quickly, then he would fulfill his wish. He used all his strength to activate the indestructible cauldron. Below the indestructible cauldron, a palm appeared. It was lifelike, as if it had crossed the universe. With the indestructible cauldron, it blasted forward. It's here. It's this move. Everyone was shocked. Murong Qingqing was nervous. This move was the one that eliminated Yen Ryu. Yao Guang and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't know if Lin Wuti could withstand it. True demon, overturning sky hand, and the indestructible cauldron collided. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. A torrential force hit everyone's body, making their blood boil. So powerful. With a clang, heaven and earth shattered. The indestructible cauldron was forced back. The runes on it became dim. Countless people exclaimed as they were forced back. The second emissary also retreated and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian charged out domineeringly. Another attack, overturning Sky Hand, directly sent the second emissary flying. Cracks appeared on the second emissary's body. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He retreated, shattering the void. His face turned pale. "Damn it, you dare to hurt me?" With a roar, an indestructible power appeared. His shattered body quickly recovered. However, his gaze became even colder. The other party actually dared to injure him. He couldn't tolerate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're not my match at all. Today is the day you die." Forming a seal with his palm, fearless lion imprint. The golden lion rushed out, roaring towards the sky and pouncing forward. Monstrous, indestructible flames rushed out from the indestructible cauldron, charging towards the fearless lion. The two divine abilities collided once again. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. Void Finger, a finger pointed out, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, instantly piercing through the second emissary's glabella. The second emissary's head split open. His soul let out a miserable cry. It made one scalp tingle. He retreated in fright and hurriedly summoned his indestructible spirit to block it. He was sent flying by the golden lion again. Although he was injured, he didn't die. Because he had indestructible power, the surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, Lin Wuti was too strong. He completely had the upper hand. Could it be that the second emissary was going to be eliminated? Outside, the people of the Gu family were stunned. Those elders even widened their eyes. Damn it, how was this possible? Why did that finger just now look so much like their Gu family's ultimate technique? Chapter 5401. Damn it, why does he know our Gu family's ability? The elders of the Gu family roared crazily. As soon as these words were said, the surrounding people were also surprised. What was going on? The people of the Yi family frowned and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" The elders of the Gu family shouted coldly. How could they not see it clearly? They stared at the light screen. And some people stared at the people of the Divine Union. The people of the Divine Union snorted coldly. They were not afraid at all because they were not afraid of the Emperor family now. Moreover, this was near the extreme Dao world, so the people of the Gu family probably would not dare to make a move. In the extreme Dao valley, countless people exclaimed when they saw the scene. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. Void ability, you actually know this ability. You also have the Gu family's ability? He had swallowed the experts of the Gu family before, so he naturally knew the power of space. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked when he saw this finger. The other geniuses were also in an uproar. The second emissary's expression was extremely ugly. The first emissary said in a deep voice, "The Gu family will not let you off if you secretly learn the ability of the Emperor family." Secretly learn? Lin Xian sneered. "Do I need to secretly learn? I have the dragon sword soul and can transform everything in the world. Why can't I use a mere spatial ability?" He stared at the first emissary and shouted coldly, angering the first emissary. Lin Xian ignored him. He turned to stare at Yao Guang and sneered. "You still have the face to be here? Tell me, is Gu Feng dead? Were you the one who made a move on him? How do you think the Gu family will deal with you after you go out?" Yao Guang's expression changed. When he heard this, he shouted coldly, "I didn't kill Gu Feng." Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Who would believe you? You didn't swallow the chaotic body. Haven't you swallowed the other geniuses? The person most likely to kill Gu Feng is you. You'd better think about how to bear the anger of the Emperor family first." Countless people were in an uproar when these words were said. The people of the Gu family outside were also gnashing their teeth. Previously, they had suspected Lin Wuti, but now they suspected Yao Guang. Damn it! The other party couldn't have really swallowed it, right? Yao Guang vomited blood. His face turned ashen. What kind of joke was this? He not even see Gu Feng's face, let alone swallow him. This was a black pot, and he didn't want to be the scapegoat. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He had already charged towards the second emissary. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed out. The dazzling sword light transformed into divine light, forming a starry sky divine sword that descended from the sky. With a boom, the void shattered. The second emissary roared. Confrontation. He used the indestructible cauldron to block the sword. However, at this moment, the second sword slashed down. This sword carried the aura of the origin returning realm as it streaked across the void like an arc. It was as if a rainbow was breathtaking. The sword struck the indestructible cauldron again. The indestructible cauldron kept shaking, and the second emissary was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. Next, the Azura sword skill appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Finally, the sword slashed open the second emissary's body, severely injuring the second emissary. She gritted her teeth. Damn it! Was he going to be defeated today? He couldn't accept it. He roared to the sky, and the indestructible aura on his body soared into the sky. Then he spat out blood, and the blood energy soared into the sky, turning into a blood cloud. Kid, go to hell. In the blood cloud, demonic beasts appeared one after another, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were extremely ferocious. This was called the Blood Soul Beast. It was a very terrifying ability of Mount Eternal. Through one's own blood, one could summon terrifying demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had a bloody aura and could directly devour other people's souls. At this moment, hundreds of blood soul beasts appeared, covering the sky and earth. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb, and they retreated in horror. Damn it! How could there be such a thing? What kind of demonic beast was this? Countless people were terrified, and even Lin Xian frowned. He felt a threat to his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. I don't care what kind of monster you are. I will kill you with my sword. He roared, and the sound of a dragon rang out. The 10,000 dragon divine blood bloomed, and 10,000 dragon shadows appeared behind him. Wind dragon, thunder dragon, Tyrannosaurus rex, sea dragon, and all kinds of giant dragons soared into the sky. They rushed over in an overwhelming manner and fought with the blood soul beasts. Lin Xian's every move was filled with invincible power. These blood soul beasts were torn to pieces, and the blood cloud that filled the sky was also shattered. A few more swords passed. The second emissary's body was torn apart. The first emissary's expression completely changed. He said, "Come back, you are no match for him." He could see that there was still a gap between the two sides. The second emissary could not defeat Lin Xian. As soon as these words came out, the others were in an uproar. Lin Wuti was really too strong. The second emissary gritted his teeth. Was he defeated? He was unwilling. Just as he was hesitating, Lin Xian suddenly rushed over. Boom! He punched out, covered in monstrous demonic energy, forming a terrifying demonic sea. It was as dark as ink, swallowing everything. No one could see the scene inside anymore. What happened? The second emissary's expression changed. He shouted angrily and wanted to escape. But in the next moment, he found that the world was spinning, and the surrounding scene had changed drastically. An even more intense pressure pressed down, and he came to a magical space. Where was this? Get lost. He tried to open the sky with his palm, but found that it was useless. Lin Xian kicked over and shook the second emissary back. He said, "Today is the day you die. You want to kill me? Are you kidding me? I am an immortal existence, and I have a protective jade pendant. Even if I really lose, I can escape safely. A protective jade pendant? Are you sure?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suddenly, A dragon-shaped sword energy appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. The second emissary's hair stood on end. He used his immortal power to resist, but this sword directly sent the indestructible cauldron flying, and he was also instantly cut in half. He screamed crazily, "Ah, the power of the great dragon sword soul! Damn it! How can you use so much power?" This was the extreme path world. The great dragon sword soul could never come out. It could only stay in Lin Xian's body. Previously, he could rely on the power of Mount Eternal to resist. But now, the great dragon sword soul had flown out, and his little power was not enough. Lin Xian sneered, "Because this is my world. Here, I am the king, I am the ruler. So, I will let you live. You will die. You will definitely not live today." With that, Lin Xian slashed out again, splitting the second emissary's body again. The great dragon sword soul was invincible, and the power of Mount Eternal was incomparably mysterious. But at this moment, it recovered a little slowly. The second emissary was completely stunned. He wanted to escape and break through the void, but he couldn't do it at all. At this moment, Lin Xian slapped out again. The demonic god seal carried the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and the two ultimate techniques merged together. The second emissary was smashed into pieces, and he turned into a bloody mist. No, he was finally terrified. He crushed the protective jade pendant and turned into a white light, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered, "You can't escape." The black jar fell from the sky and turned into a vortex. It directly swallowed him. At the same time, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul with all his strength to cut through the void. Chapter 5402. The heaven-swallowing jar descended and swallowed everything, enveloping the white light. The second emissary originally thought that he would use the protective jade pendant to leave the other party space and come to the outside world. Although he was unwilling to lose, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. But when he opened his eyes and found that his surroundings were pitch black, he was terrified. Damn it, where was this? He roared crazily. At the same time, he felt a huge pressure, as if a millstone that could destroy the world was constantly crushing him. It completely shattered his body. Blood flowed and dripped around. He used the power of immortality, but just as his body recovered, he was crushed again. This power made him despair. Damn it, the aura of the extreme path. He was terrified that the other party could still use the power of the extreme path. No, this power was not something he could resist at all. He roared towards the sky, and an immortal rune appeared between his brows. At the same time, a deep voice sounded, as if it had crossed the ancient time and space. The rune between his brows carried a magical power. For a moment, it actually blocked the black vortex. The second emissary laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you don't even know who's standing behind Mount Eternal. So what if you have an extreme path weapon? It's just the extreme path. Our Mount Eternal has a true mortal paragon. What do you have to fight us?" He laughed proudly. Lin Xian saw that the heaven-swallowing jar was not killed. The other party was also stunned. The immortal paragon. He frowned. What was this? However, the power that was emitted from the other party's brows did indeed shock him. It turned out that this was the other party's true trump card. This power had already surpassed the second emissary's own. It was not something that the sacred ancestor could use. But so what? Lin Xian shouted coldly. The other party dared to eliminate Yan Ryu, so he had already made up his mind to kill him. He would not let the other party leave alive. "I don't care if you are a mortal paragon. In this world I am the ruler. Today you will die without a doubt." He roared, and the heaven-swallowing jar controlled the other party to fly towards the barren area inside. The second emissary sneered. "I am an immortal existence, and I have the power of a mortal paragon protecting me. You can't do anything." His face was full of disdain, but the scene around him gradually changed. A desolate aura appeared, causing the symbol between his brows to shake violently. A roar sounded, suddenly sounding like thunder from the 9 heavens. The second emissary felt fear. What was going on? Why did he feel that the power of a sovereign in the human world was being suppressed? Oh, where is this? What is this place? What kind of space was this? He was actually able to suppress human sovereigns. They were very clear about the mortal supremes, even though they had never seen them before. However, that power was capable of easily allowing them to live or die. This was the strongest power in the world. But now the power of a human sovereign was actually being suppressed. This world was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the heaven-devouring jar exploded with power once again, turning the second emissary into a bloody mist. The black vortex obliterated everything. A black rune fell from the bloody mist and turned into a stream of light, trying to escape. Lin Xian slashed back with his sword. With a clang, it was forced to retreat, and its arm went numb. Was this the power of a human sovereign? It was really too strong. If it wasn't for the protection of the great dragon sword soul, he would have been injured. A mere human ant dares to stop me? Inside the black rune, a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded. It was abnormally deep. Lin Xian snorted. I don't care if you're a human sovereign. You're just a rune and you want to escape? Be destroyed. The heaven-devouring jar exploded and charged forward. Black vortexes continued to appear, covering the sky and blocking off the enemy's path. The black rune crashed into the vortex, as if it had entered a quagmire. In the end, it flew into the distance. However, not long after, it started to roar crazily. Damn it, what kind of world was this? This was a god. Before it could finish, a power came from the heaven and earth, knocking it down and turning it into ashes. Lin Xian was also stunned. This power wasn't from him. It was the power of this world. Was there still power in this world? He was shocked. The hellfire dragon beside him was also kneeling on the ground and worshipping. What was it worshipping? Lin Xian flew over and asked, Do you know what's going on? The hellfire dragon shook its head. It didn't dare to say. After walking for a long time, the hellfire dragon stood up. It said, Kid, you've put so much power in this world, and there's also the heavenly spring of life. I think this world has recovered bit. That power just now should be the condensed power of this world after it recovered a bit. This human sovereign of Mount Eternal was really unlucky. With his status, he shouldn't be able to come here. That was why he dared to clamor here and release his power. He was definitely going to die. Lin Xian felt that this sword world was getting more and more mysterious. There were many secrets waiting for him to discover. The hellfire dragon didn't know much. However, the more mysterious this world was, the more benefits it would have for him. Lin Xian took a deep breath, the corner of his mouth raised. The indestructible cauldron was sealed by him, and then he grabbed it in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the black vortex swallowed all the remaining blood. The second emissary no longer existed. The indestructible rune disappeared. With a flash, Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. Countless people were waiting outside, because in the valley ahead, the demonic aura was overflowing, covering everything. Everyone couldn't see the scene inside. They didn't know how the battle was going. Why was it so quiet there? They didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Could it be that the battle was already over? They were puzzled. Suddenly, the demonic sea in front of them rolled, and the demonic aura gradually dissipated. Countless people exclaimed, Look! At this moment, the geniuses on the heaven stairway and the experts outside all stared at the front. They wondered what the final battle was like. When the demonic aura disappeared, they saw a figure standing between heaven and earth. The person's body was covered in demonic aura like a demon god. It was Lin Wudi. They exclaimed. Lin Wudi appeared. Where was the second emissary? They looked around and didn't see the second emissary. The experts on the heaven stairway exclaimed, Could it be that he was already eliminated? The first emissary's face changed. No way. The other party could be eliminated? Yao Guang and the others frowned. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, laughed. On the other hand, the people outside of Mount Eternal had gone mad. The third emissary gritted his teeth. Impossible, because they didn't notice the second emissary coming out. The elders also frowned and checked. They checked in all directions, but didn't find anyone at all. The Fire Qilin frowned. What was Lin Wudi doing? Long Wu of the 1,000 Dragons, Imperial Court, exclaimed. Look, what was Lin Wudi holding in his hand? Everyone looked over, and then sucked in a breath of cold air. The third emissary's pupils constricted. How could the indestructible cauldron be in his hands? Chapter 5403. In the extreme Dao Valley, when the first emissary saw the indestructible cauldron, his pupils constricted. Damn it, why is this thing in your hands? Where is the second emissary? He had a bad feeling about this. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He threw the indestructible cauldron on the ground and said in a deep voice, "He has already gone to hell. I said that he will definitely die today." What, dead? Everyone was stunned. What? That was impossible. One had to know that they had protective jade pendants. Even if their lives were threatened, they would be instantly teleported out. The first emissary's expression changed. She instinctively didn't believe it, because not only did they have protective jade pendants, but they also had the indestructible rune. It was given to them by the human sovereign. There definitely wouldn't be any accidents. But the indestructible cauldron was separated from the second emissary. This was beyond his imagination. The 10 emissaries, each of them had a weapon. The weapons and their lives were intertwined. The weapons were with the people, and the weapons would only be separated when the people died. Now that the indestructible cauldron appeared and the second emissary disappeared, it meant that the second emissary had most likely died. How did he do it? For the first time, he was filled with shock. Originally, he didn't care about Lin Xian because he was high and mighty. But now, there was a trace of fear in his heart. A person who could ignore the power of a human sovereign? In the sky, the few extreme Dao weapons were also puzzled. How was it possible that he was dead? Didn't he give them life-saving jade pendants? The life treasure bottle was shocked. The black tortoise also frowned. Didn't you guys feel a mysterious aura just now? The destructive spear said, "This kid definitely had a secret, and it was a huge secret. Other than the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon's descendant, he should have other trump cards. But what was it? Should we capture him and take a look?" The destructive spear said. The black tortoise shook his head. "No, don't act rashly. There are so many people watching, we can't make a move. And didn't you notice? That mysterious aura doesn't seem to be a threat to us. Maybe he is on our side." The few extreme Dao weapons discussed in the sky. In the end, they decided to observe in the dark and not touch Lin Xian. But the others went crazy. The second emissary was so terrifying, but he was actually killed. This wasn't an elimination, but a real death. It made their hair stand on end. Previously, they had heaved a sigh of relief when they found the protective jade pendant. But now, it seemed that protecting the jade pendant was not enough to completely protect their lives. At least there was an exception in front of Lin Wudi. Lin Xian threw away the indestructible cauldron. He had no use for it. He could not use the indestructible energy on it. He only took it out to warn those people. Since he dared to challenge him, not only would he eliminate him, he would kill him. He stared at a few figures. For example, the first emissary and Yao Guang both had killing intent in their eyes. The first emissary's face was cold. Since the other party had killed the second emissary, he would not let the other party off. Yao Guang also frowned. The quasi-emperor Jiu Shao in his mind said that this brat was very dangerous. However, I wanted his body even more. His secrets were all mine. The quasi-emperor had a greedy look in his eyes. The death of the second emissary shocked countless people. At the same time, the battle reached a new level. Now, there were only 10 people left. These 10 people had all entered the top 10, and countless people looked up to them. The 10 of them stood on the sky stairway, being looked up to from all directions. The extreme weapons in the sky also descended. Congratulations on successfully entering the top 10. Your names will be engraved on the sky monument, and you will be admired for all eternity. The spectators outside were extremely envious. Xiang Hu, Qilin, Kuan-Pingzi, and the third emissary were gnashing their teeth. They were originally very strong, but they had no chance of entering the top 10. They could only be eliminated. Damn it. Especially when they saw their enemy, Lin Wuti, standing there with a disdainful look on his face. They were so angry that they vomited blood. The Divine Union cheered. Great! Boss Lin had entered the top 10. Next, he should be able to kill his way into the top 3. That was for sure. Boss would be the final champion. They cheered. The people from Mount Eternal sneered. Stupid thing. With the first emissary, Lin Wuti had no hope of winning. On the other side, the people from Dao 1 sect were also confident. The born Dao aptitude was enough to sweep through everything. The people from the Purple Mansion sect were also shining. Now they had 2 people in the top 10. One was light shaking, the other was shadow cultivation. Shadow cultivation could compete for the top 5, and light shaking could definitely compete for the top 3. He might even be first. That was because the light shaking had devoured too many experts. The next 3 days of rest would give the top 10 enough time to recover. 3 days later, the top 10 ranking competition would begin. This would be the final top 10. Although there were rewards, the reward for the first emissary was even more amazing. It was something left behind by the Great Emperor. What exactly was it? Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand and gave her the divine spring of life in the sword world. It allowed her to recover quickly. At the same time, he transmitted a message. Qingqing, the next competition will be extremely dangerous. If you encounter something you can't fight, you must leave early. Lin Xian could kill the second emissary because he had a powerful trump card. The others might not necessarily have no trump cards. If they missed the opportunity to leave, it would be really dangerous. Murong Qingqing nodded. Brother Xian, don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. On the other hand, I'm afraid many people want to kill you. You have to be careful. Lin Xian laughed. It's fine. It's impossible for them to kill me. This time, I will let them know. What is true invincibility? Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying light. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 10 experts on the stairway to heaven all stood up. The spectators outside also took a deep breath and clenched their fists. The final battle was finally about to begin. The extreme-grade weapon in the sky descended. Black Tortoise looked around and laughed. Next would be the ranking competition. It was still a challenge, but there weren't many specific rules. You can decide for yourselves. After he finished speaking, he soared into the air and arrived above the 9 heavens to observe silently. The surrounding people were stunned. Decide for yourselves? What was this? Wasn't this just breaking the rules? Countless people were shocked. Would someone join forces? They all looked at the array formation in front of them. The people from Mount Eternal had ugly expressions on their faces. Now that there was only one person left inside, there was no way for them to join forces. However, the elder of the Yi family said, even if there were more people, they would not join forces. They wanted to walk the path of the supreme, great emperor. How could they join forces with others? Chapter 5404. As soon as these words came out, the others also nodded. Indeed, they had reached this point. Each of them had the potential to become a great emperor. These people were unruly, and they were determined to reach the peak of martial arts. They would never join forces. Sure enough, the top 10 people frowned after hearing this. The first emissary said coldly, "Then let's continue according to the previous rules and start the challenge. Who will go first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the first emissary looked at Lin Xian with a trace of cold, killing intent in his eyes. There was an immortal rune throbbing between his eyebrows. When he was resting for 3 days, he saw a strange scene through the rune between his eyebrows. It was their Mount Eternal. The aura was pervasive. In the depths of Mount Eternal, there was a mysterious figure sitting cross-legged there. This was their mortal sovereign of Mount Eternal. The mortal sovereign seemed to have sensed the death of the second emissary. He roared into the sky, shattering the starry sky. The terrifying Mount Eternal shook violently. Who is it? Who can destroy my power? The first emissary's scalp went numb when the mortal sovereign was angry. He knew that if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to quell the mortal sovereign's anger. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, he had to suppress Lin Xian and bring him back to Mount Eternal for the mortal sovereign to deal with. Therefore, he was eager to kill Lin Xian now. However, he didn't act rashly, because there were a few people who could threaten him. Born Taoism aptitude, super strong physique, and an ancient light clan. His speed also shocked him. Moreover, Lin Xian himself also surprised him. He still couldn't understand what kind of power could destroy the mortal sovereign's power. What kind of super strong trump card did Lin Wuti have? Could he withstand it? Therefore, he wasn't sure. He didn't make a move. He was waiting. It would be best if Lin Wuti was exhausted and injured in the battle. Then he would make a move. In the previous round, there were rules to protect the people who had fought. Those who had fought couldn't fight continuously. This was to protect the warriors to recover. However, there were no rules in this round. He said that he would follow the previous rules, but he could make a move when the time came. As long as the extreme grade weapon didn't stop him, no one could stop him. Therefore, he was waiting for the right opportunity to kill Lin Wuti. However, although he didn't attack Lin Xian, it didn't mean that he wouldn't attack others, because he was really too angry. They were the 10 great emissaries. They could have swept the world, but now he was the only one left. Especially after Lin Xian had killed the second emissary, his killing intent had surfaced. He had to release this killing intent. So he turned his head and stared at a figure. "It's you. Get out here and accept your death." He stared at He Qi. Countless people were shocked. Was the number 1 emissary going to take action? He Qi's face turned gloomy. Although he had entered the top 10, he was unable to do so. He was also the double crown champion, but when facing the first emissary, he still acted as if he was facing a great enemy. This person gave him an unfathomable feeling, but since he had already challenged him, how could he not accept the challenge? He took a step forward and shouted, "If you want to challenge me, then bring out your full strength." Behind him, 9 large black flags danced in the air, sweeping in all directions. A terrifying aura spread out as the first emissary shouted coldly. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a black, indestructible sword. With a slash of the sword, the black gas enveloped that place, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. How terrifying! Burning incense, Morong Ching Ching, and the other's pupils contracted. This was the power of the first emissary. It was really too strong. It was completely beyond their expectations. In that instant, their souls seemed to have been split open. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as well. The spectators outside were in an uproar. The Fire Qilin, Kuan Pingzi, and the others were shocked. It was too strong, completely surpassing them. The people from Mount Eternal laughed heartily. Did you see that? This was the power of the first emissary. Who could resist such power? Was it settled? Yao Guang sneered. This was too weak. Xiaoying frowned. He felt that the black stones wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The first emissary also frowned. He did feel that the terrifying killing intent in front of him hadn't disappeared. In the next moment, 9 large flags charged over from the cracks in the sky. They held up the sky and sealed the universe. Black phantoms appeared on the flags. His cold voice rang out. In the 9 revolutions killing array, the figures on the 9 flags were spinning non-stop, and a terrifying killing power emerged. They charged towards the first emissary, Yao Guang. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao was also surprised. It was actually such a formation. This is a very ancient formation. I thought it would have been lost in this era. I didn't expect him to be able to use it. Yao Guang sucked in a mouthful of cold air after hearing that. One could imagine how frightening that spirit formation was. The first emissary also shouted coldly, "It's useless. You're no match for me." He kept waving the sword in his hand to resist the formation around him. At the same time, the ancient aura on his body became even more terrifying. It wanted to destroy the 9 flags. The black phantoms on the 9 flags kept appearing and disappearing mysteriously. No one knew which one was his real body. When the emissaries of Mount Eternal outside saw this, their brows furrowed tightly. This array formation was actually so strange. The 3rd emissary laughed. "Don't worry. Boss's strength is very terrifying, even if it's a peerless formation, so what? As long as Boss is serious, nothing can resist him." Sure enough, after 10 moves, the first emissary's face sank. "Can't you tell the real one from the 9 flags? Then I'll destroy them all." Sword Chi soared into the sky. The first emissary pointed his sword at the sky. Inextinguishable sword intent appeared and turned into a sea that pressed down from the sky. At this moment, it directly attacked the 9 flags. The flags were bombarded by the sword Chi and kept shaking. The light on them dimmed as if they would break at any time. Black phantoms roared angrily and once again used his peerless magic. The 9 flags changed their formation again. They spewed out terrifying flames and struck out terrifying lightning. There was also a sea of blood to resist. However, the first emissary was really too terrifying. His sword technique carried endless killing intent. After the 2 exchanged more than 100 moves, Black Phantoms was defeated. The 9 flags were sent flying in different directions. Black Phantoms was also helpless. He sighed and turned into white light. He was eliminated. However, he didn't go out. Instead, he went outside the extreme Dao Valley. This meant that he had been eliminated. His ranking had fallen to 10th. Countless people looked at this scene and cried out in shock. Was it over? It was really too exciting. Although Black Phantoms was defeated, it was incomparably shocking. Black Phantom's formation was too terrifying. However, the first emissary was even more terrifying. His sword technique was shocking. Every sword could split the sky and earth. He was definitely a top swordsman. Who could stop such a person? Burning Incense, Xiao Ying, and the others all frowned. They realized that if they were to meet the first emissary, they would probably end the battle in less than 100 moves. Of course, they would be the ones to lose. Chapter 5405. The strength of the first emissary shocked countless people. They looked at each other with respect in their eyes. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He stepped forward and looked at the first emissary. He said, "You're very arrogant, eliminating 1 person right away. But don't worry, I'll eliminate you next." His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. The first emissary's face turned cold. He laughed coldly. "Who allowed you to challenge me? Don't you know that I have time to rest?" Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Are you crazy?" The seniors of the extreme grade weapon said that there are no rules in this battle. "I can challenge you immediately." When he said this, everyone's expressions changed. They hadn't thought of this yet. The first emissary's face darkened. "Do you want to die?" Qin Xian snorted. "Do you dare to attack me? Come on, aren't you high and mighty? Don't you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Come here." The first emissary snorted. "I'm exhausted and can't fight well. I'll fight you when I'm recovered." He turned and left. "Coward!" Lin Xian sneered. This made the first emissary very angry. When had he ever been looked down upon? However, he was indeed exhausted. so he didn't dare to attack the mysterious Lin Wuti. Lin Xian also retreated. The scene was a little strange. At this moment, Yao Guang walked out. He looked around and laughed coldly. "Then it's my turn." Everyone was shocked. Yao Guang? He was also a terrifying expert. They didn't dare to attack easily. Yao Guang stared at Burning Incense and said, "Let's fight this fairy." Burning Incense took a deep breath. As a top genius, how could he be afraid? He walked forward. She was wearing a flaming armor and had a head of fiery red hair. She had a beautiful and fair face. She looked like a goddess of fire. She formed a seal with her palms, and flames erupted from her body, sweeping through the sky. The entire world was set ablaze. Burning Incense didn't dare to be careless. 100,000 volcanoes erupted from her hands and swept towards Yao Guang. Feeling this power, the surrounding people were shocked. This woman was too terrifying. She was definitely not weaker than the Fire Qilin. Even though he wasn't an imperial prince, these flames were too terrifying. These were the legendary heaven-burning flames. Radiance erupted between heaven and earth, as brilliant as fireworks. Yao Guang laughed loudly and slapped out with her palm. It also transformed into a flaming palm, covering the world like the hand of a fire god. It collided with the other party's heaven-burning flames. The two of them erupted with an even more resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. This light-shaking realm cultivator was incredible. Its flames were just as terrifying. Outside, the Fire Qilin's face instantly changed. "Damn it, this is the power of our Fire Qilin cave." He gritted his teeth. Everyone else was stunned. It seemed that light-shaking realm cultivators had also swallowed Fire Qilins before. Two types of flames erupted between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yao Guang's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Burning Incense and struck out with his palm. This was the Gu clan's void divine ability, and it was executed to perfection by him. Burning Incense didn't dare to be careless. Naturally, he knew how terrifying a light-shaking realm cultivator was. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back and turned into a shield to block the attack. With a clang, he was knocked back. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. The flaming sword slashed behind him. Yao Guang laughed coldly. The phantom of a king appeared, standing indomitable as if he had turned into a fire god. It directly shattered the sword energy. He was incomparably powerful, suppressing Burning Incense. Burning Incense suffered, and her face became incomparably pale. She was suppressed and couldn't even resist. There was nothing she could do. The other party was simply too powerful. The surrounding people were also shocked. The light-shaking realm's various ultimate techniques were endless, and it was simply impossible to resist. In the end, Burning Incense was defeated. He arrived outside the Extreme Path realm and was ranked 9th. Burning Incense laughed bitterly. It was really unlucky to encounter a light-shaking realm cultivator. Otherwise, he could have held on for a while longer and wouldn't have been defeated so easily. After light-shaking realm 1, he looked around. It seemed that he wanted to continue challenging. However, in the end, he laughed coldly and walked back. He wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to play this game slowly. After light-shaking realm, the dog head walked up. He asked who would fight Lord Dog. A dog didn't have the right to be here. Xiao Ying harumphed coldly. "I'll kill you." He strode out. Previously, he had swallowed 2 Bodhi fruits, and his strength had increased greatly. This time, he was full of confidence. Therefore, when he saw a dog acting arrogantly, he was naturally angry. "You want to challenge Lord Dog? If you don't taste good, then Lord Dog will defeat you directly." As he spoke, he waved his paw and tore through the void, charging forward. Xiao Ying harumphed coldly and slashed out. This was a shadowless blade that couldn't be seen. Only a sonorous sound could be heard. The dog paw was forced back. Lord Dog harumphed coldly. He waved the white bone in his hand, and it collided with the shadowless blade. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the void shattered. It was shocking. The shadowless blade appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and the white bone was even more terrifying. At this moment, the dog-headed Taoist waved his hand, and the big iron pot on his back flew out. It enlarged in the sky like a canopy and fell directly. Xiaoying was hit, and he instantly became dizzy and spat out blood. Despicable guy. Woof, woof, you dare to fight Lord Dog? The dog-headed Taoist laughed coldly as he controlled the iron pot and the white bone to attack. As he ran over, he opened his bloody mouth and tried to bite him. Xiaoying was disdainful, but his physique was instantly bitten through when he fought against the other party. One of his arms was bitten off, and he cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Damn dog! He was shocked. The other party's teeth were way too sharp. Lord Dog laughed coldly. Watch me swallow you. Swallow heaven and earth. He used a terrifying great divine ability and swallowed the entire world. The sky instantly darkened, and one couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. When the people outside saw this, they were also shocked. This dog was too terrifying. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Until now, he still didn't know where this dog came from. However, there was no doubt about how terrifying the other party was. Although Xiaoying's strength had increased greatly, he was probably going to lose this battle. Xiaoying used his shadowless body technique and quickly dodged. However, he had nowhere to hide under that bloody mouth. In the end, he could only use all his strength to fight back. One slash cut through the heavens and the earth, and another slash swept through the void. After a few slashes, he couldn't break it. In the end, he was almost swallowed. He could only be eliminated. Despicable. Xiaoying gritted his teeth. He didn't expect to be eighth. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his opinion, he should be able to kill his way into the top 5. Damn it. His eyes were burning with anger. The people outside also sighed. The 8th place was indeed not as good as they had hoped. Fortunately, they still had hope, and that was the light-shaking realm. With the strength that a light-shaking realm cultivator had displayed so far, entering the top 3 wouldn't be a problem. He might even be first. As long as he was first, the Purple Palace sect would soar and reach the top in one fell swoop. Chapter 5406. The dog-headed Taoist won. He held his head high and walked back with the iron pot on his back. Xiaoying, who had lost, had an ugly look on his face. He couldn't accept losing to a dog, but he didn't have a chance to fight anymore. At this time, the born Taoism aptitude finally moved. He had always been very mysterious and rarely fought before, because he didn't need to fight. Just by standing there, his aura could scare away a group of people. No one dared to challenge him, so she advanced all the way. But now it was time to decide the champion, so she had to fight. The born Taoism aptitude walked out, looked at the first emissary and said in a deep voice, "You didn't dare to fight before, saying that you were exhausted. Now you should have recovered. If you recover, come out and fight me." Her voice was ethereal and very pleasant to the ears, but it was like thunder in the ears of the crowd. God! She was going to fight the first emissary. Everyone was excited because, whether it was the first emissary or the born Taoism aptitude, they were both popular candidates for the championship. Everyone thought that the winner would be decided in the end. They didn't expect such a top-level collision to happen at the beginning. Countless people were excited. The people outside were also in an uproar. The elders of Mount Eternal were nervous. That was the born Taoism aptitude. They didn't know how terrifying it was. The first emissary's face was cold. To be honest, he wanted to fight with Lin Xian now, but the born Taoism aptitude suddenly challenged him. He said coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Then I'll defeat you first. I'll kill that kid." "You won't defeat me," the born Taoism aptitude said coldly. Then she looked at Lin Xian in the distance with a mysterious light in her eyes. She turned her head and walked to the center of the field. Lin Xian was stunned. What did she mean by that look? Could it be that this person knew him? As for the born Taoism aptitude, he only knew that she was a woman. But he couldn't see her face at all. She was surrounded by the great path. It was too terrifying. Even with his Rinnegan, he couldn't see the other party's appearance. But when she heard her voice, she seemed to find it familiar. But she couldn't remember at the moment. She didn't know who it was. The first emissary's face was gloomy. He stared at the born Taoism aptitude. Do you know Lin Wudi? Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. If you want to know Lin Wudi, then I will send you to hell. He took out the undying sword and slashed forward. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. That sword attack was terrifying, yet the born Taoism aptitude remained fearless. He formed a seal with his palms, forming a Dao seal. Then he slammed it forward, blocking the sword. Dao will fill the air, and it was incomparably terrifying. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, countless great paths fell from the sky, transforming into a great path Milky Way. There were a total of 81 great paths. It was incomparably terrifying, and it directly enveloped the first envoy. The first emissary roared angrily, and the sword in his hand soared into the sky. Like a bolt of black lightning, it swept in all directions. It collided with the 81 great Daos and the Milky Way. These were two peerless divine abilities. Regardless of whether it was the sword technique or the great path, they were both extremely terrifying. The collision between the two made the surrounding sky prides feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Burning incense, Xiaoying, and the others were all shocked. In the face of such an expert, there was no way they could defend themselves. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn, and Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. One had to admit that these two were very strong. The people outside were also shocked. The elders of Mount Eternal and the Dao East School clenched their fists. Obviously, they couldn't calm down. At that moment, Chao Tiansheng also walked over. He said, "You are Yao Guang, right? You cultivate demonic arts and have countless supreme techniques. I want to fight you. Do you dare?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would want to fight at the same time as a peerless battle. Moreover, the challenger was Yao Guang. The challenger was from the ancient Light clan. This was also a fierce battle. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Why not? I have never seen the Light clan before. Yao Guang snorted coldly. He was very confident in his own strength. So what if you are from the ancient Light clan? Let's see if you can really travel through time. He walked out. Everyone was shocked. Two great battles were about to break out. It was unbelievable. As soon as Yao Guang came out, he used his spatial theurgy, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. He wouldn't give his opponent a chance to attack. However, Chao Tiansheng was also very fast. Although he didn't know any spatial theurgy, his speed was extremely fast. It was no different from teleportation. In fact, it was even more terrifying. With one punch, he cut off Yao Guang's path. What fast speed! Yao Guang's pupils shrank. He waved his hand. Countless wind blades appeared in his hand. He slashed at his opponent. The saber slashed through the air, but the other party hit him instead. He was blasted away. However, an extremely terrifying method power appeared on his body. It was a super powerful body tempering technique. Yao Guang's qi and blood roiled. His expression was cold. Interesting. You have made me very interested. Now I'm going to get serious. He roared angrily, and a black vortex appeared above his head. At the same time, flames, wind, lightning, the Yi clan's illusions, and the Gu clan's spatial theurgy all attacked. They fought with Chao Tiansheng. Chao Tiansheng only had one type of speed, and that was extreme speed. The place where the two of them were fighting was completely boiling. On the other side, the battle between the born Taoism aptitude and the first emissary was also extremely terrifying. The first emissary's expression became extremely ugly. He felt that he was being suppressed. Damn it, I don't believe it. With a roar, his sword technique became even more terrifying. The murderous aura made the scalps of the sacred ones tingle. However, the born Taoism aptitude was incomparably calm. Every method power they used was extremely profound. Even the apex weapons were amazed. As expected of the born Taoism aptitude, his comprehension of the Great Path was naturally advanced. Such a person was already very terrifying. In the future, he would probably be able to stand at the peak of martial arts. Looking at the two battles, Lin Xian's blood boiled. He looked around. There were now 4 people fighting, and 3 people had been eliminated. There were only 3 people left. Him, Murong Qingcheng, and the dog-headed man. He wouldn't challenge Murong Qingcheng, so he could only look at the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man's face darkened. "Kid, are you going to attack me? Damn it, don't forget that I barbecued meat for you." "You can't do this." Lin Xian laughed. "I have no choice. You're my only opponent. Why don't you fight with me first?" With that, Lin Xian walked out. The dog-headed man was helpless. "Then don't blame me for swallowing you." A hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. The surrounding people were shocked again. Lin Wuti also wanted to fight, and the extremely strange dog-headed man. Chapter 5407. Devouring the Heavens and Earth. The dog-headed Taoist immediately charged out, opening his bloody mouth as he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated his divine body and didn't dodge at all. Instead, he charged towards the dog-headed Taoist fangs. With a loud clang, the dog-headed Taoist roared. Damn it, it hurts so much. He didn't want to fight anymore because he realized that Lin Xian's physique was really strong. This was the legendary Nine-Yang divine body. It was an extremely strong physique, and Lin Xian had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Lin Xian laughed. "Are your teeth bad?" With that, he threw a punch. The dog-headed Taoist quickly took out his iron pot and used it as a shield to defend. With a loud clang, the iron pot shook. He roared, and white bones flew out and hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his sword energy to block. A hungry dog pounced on its food. The dog-headed Taoist pounced over and pushed Lin Xian to the ground. Then, the dog-headed Taoist's paw slapped towards Lin Xian. This paw made Lin Xian feel a sense of danger because he felt that it was similar to Whitey's paw. If he was hit, his soul would probably be dizzy. So he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yin-yang energy. It turned into a yin-yang image and rotated to block the paw. With a loud clang, the dog-headed Taoist's paw was pushed back. Then Lin Xian kicked the dog-headed Taoist and sent him flying. He soared into the sky and activated the yin-yang image, releasing a terrifying yin-yang sword. The sword energy slashed onto the dog-headed Taoist's body, causing flames to dance on his body. He roared crazily. Lin Xian used his powerful sword technique to chase after the dog-headed Taoist. The dog-headed Taoist kept dodging, but some of them still hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. He said, "Woof woof, Grandpa Dog won't fight anymore." He had no choice. His opponent's physique was strong, and his sword energy was so terrifying that it could threaten him. Furthermore, the iron pot couldn't cook him. The dog-headed Taoist felt helpless. "Does that mean you admit defeat?" Lin Xian retracted the yin-yang image and asked in a deep voice. The dog-headed Taoist shook his head. "Admit defeat? How is that possible? I only lost to you, and not anyone else. Grandpa Dog still has the strength to fight." His eyes began to scan the surroundings, and it seemed like he wanted to do something. Lin Xian had a strange look on his face as well. He didn't know they could do this. As Lin's Taoist says Taoist, this dog was too shameless. They had already been eliminated after losing 1 round. But this damn dog was still unwilling to come out and wanted to fight even after losing. A Taoist, a Taoist, a Taoist, Taoists. The Taoist was Taoist, Taoists. Was deist. A crack appeared on his body, and the imperishable blood dripped down. Daoist Dao, Dao 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 Dao's Dao. Daoist, est Daoists, est Daoist, est Daoist Deist. Daoist as the first emissary let out a blood-curdling scream as the cracks on his body widened. His body had been pierced through. Defeated. The number one emissary had actually been defeated. Countless people were shocked. Was the born Taoism aptitude already so powerful? This is a good opportunity. When the dog-headed Taoist saw this, he let out a cold laugh. With a flicker of his body, he charged forward. It bit one of the first emissary's arms. The first time he used dismemberment, he felt his arm being bitten by someone and dragged off into the distance. Damn dog! He roared madly, wanting to attack the other party. However, that arm was instantly swallowed by the dog-headed Taoist. The dog-headed Taoist's eyes lit up. The indestructible power was not bad. On the other side, Yao Guang and Chao Tiansheng were locked in a fierce battle. Chao Tiansheng was simply too fast. It was very difficult for light-shaking realm cultivators to injure him. In addition, light-shaking realm cultivators had mastered many powerful techniques, so they wouldn't be defeated anytime soon. However, at this moment, the dog-headed Taoist saw that the first emissary's body had been shattered and that he had swallowed a piece of his arm. Yao Guang's eyes were red as well. With a roar, he abandoned Chao Tiansheng. He turned around and attacked the first emissary. He wanted to devour his body. Seeing this, the first emissary roared madly. The indestructible power surged out as he tried to recover his body. Everyone became nervous at this moment. If Yao Guang managed to devour the indestructible power, then he would have an immortal body. Who would be his match? At this moment, the image of a dragon descended from the sky and slashed through the sky. It blocked Yao Guang's path. It even forced Yao Guang back. Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damned Lin Wuti, you dare to stop me?" The one who attacked was Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed coldly after blocking his opponent with his sword. "You want to devour others in front of me? You don't have the chance. Also, the first emissary is my opponent." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first emissary quickly recovered his body. He had lost an arm, but he had also recovered. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. First, he had been injured by the innate Tao aptitude, and then his arm had been swallowed by a dog. More importantly, Yao Guang had dared to target him. What made him vomit blood was that the one who had saved him was his enemy, Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had saved him because he wanted to kill him personally. What the hell was this? This time he had lost a lot of face. After being slapped in the face by several people, he roared at the sky, unable to bear it. He stared at the dog-headed Taoist, his eyes burning with anger as he charged over. Damn dog die. On the other side, Yao Guang also attacked. He couldn't devour the first emissary, but he could devour the dog. This dog had swallowed the indestructible arm, so it definitely had indestructible power. If he devoured the dog, he might be able to obtain that power. Therefore, he had to charge over. The dog-headed Taoist screamed, "Damn! The two of you attacked together and broke the rules." Yao Guang laughed. There were no rules in this battle. The first emissary snorted. "Did you think about the rules when you ambushed me? Kill." The two of them attacked together with terrifying power. Although the dog-headed Taoist was terrifying, he couldn't withstand 2 rounds of attacks. In the end, he had no choice but to use his life-saving jade pendant. He turned into a ray of white light and left. He was eliminated. The dog-headed Taoist was now in 7th place. After he came out, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, if it was a one-on-one battle, Lord Dog wouldn't be afraid of you. Damn it, you ran fast. The first emissary roared. Yao Guang's face was even colder. He had missed such a good opportunity. Damn it, there were only 6 people left in the world. The 6 of them faced each other and didn't attack rashly. They were fighting previously, but now they were recovering. The scene became quiet for a while. The people outside were extremely nervous. They knew that this was the eve of a storm. After the silence, there would be an even more terrifying battle. The one with the born Tao aptitude was the first to stand up. He merged with the Tao and recovered very quickly. She looked at Murong Qingqing and said, "The seven-colored phoenix will fight with me. Qingqing, be careful. He shouldn't have any killing intent. Just go all out." Lin Xian said from the side. Murong Qingqing nodded. Her opponent had the born Tao aptitude? Well, she would go all out then. Chapter 5408. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between the born Taoism aptitude and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian also walked out and stared at the first emissary. It was time to put an end to this. For the first time, her face was cold. She knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed again. Oh God, Lin Wudi was going to fight the first emissary again. It seemed that they were going to fight it out. The two battles were also very exciting. Murong Qingqing formed a spell, and a seven-colored phoenix appeared next to her, seeming to have crossed the immemorial space. On the other side, the one with the born Taoism aptitude formed a seal with her hand and charged over. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if the world was going to end. The crowd exclaimed, and the older generation experts felt their scalps go numb. They were too powerful. Wherever the two of them passed, the void around them was constantly shattered. Nothing could stop them. Although the two of them were women, their auras were extremely terrifying. They were like goddesses that could sweep away everything. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. He threw out a punch. Nine Suns' divine fist. A huge crack appeared in the void, and the divine fire on it swept out. It was as if a sun had descended on the world. Slash! The first emissary roared and waved the indestructible sword with terrifying power. It was as if a star had fallen. A casual attack was so terrifying. The earth-shattering sound was heard, and the crowd felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? They couldn't block such power at all. Thunder King, Xiaoying, and the others were terrified. Fire Qilin. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, these people were too strong. They had surpassed them. Even if they hadn't been eliminated, they couldn't fight back. After a few moves, Lin Xian and the first emissary retreated. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. A swordsman? Fine. I'll defeat you in swordsmanship. He also took out the Hellfire Dragon sword, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared on the blade. He slashed out with the Shura sword technique. This was the sword of killing. The first emissary used the indestructible sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed thousands of times. This speed was also very fast, but it was still different from Chao Tianqing's speed. Everyone could see countless afterimages intertwining. It was as if two gods were fighting. Too strong, a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, evenly matched. Both of them were young, great emperors. The people of Mount Eternal had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces. They were well aware of how terrifying first-timers were. But now Lin Xian was actually evenly matched with his opponent. This did mean that Lin Xian's strength was far beyond their imagination. Damn it, that's impossible. The third emissary clenched his teeth, and the other elders also clenched their fists. They were looking forward to killing the emissary and taking revenge. 1. 9 stars, sword technique. Lin Xian roared as 9 stars revolved behind him. Starlight fell from the sky, sweeping away everything. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Is that all you've got? Mount Eternal couldn't even withstand a single blow. Indestructible, shaking the universe. The first emissary roared angrily. An extremely terrifying, indestructible qi appeared on his body. It formed a huge mountain that shattered the entire world. The huge mountain descended from the sky and was about to suppress the entire sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and in despair because the information was too terrifying. It was as if the real Mount Eternal had arrived, as expected of the first emissary. They could feel that the first emissary was more powerful than all the previous emissaries. Lin Xian roared angrily as the divine flame appeared on his body. At the same time, he used the great emperor's divine ability. Black demonic chi rushed out and turned into demonic dragons that roared between heaven and earth. Those were sword chi that connected heaven and earth with supreme killing intent. 81 streaks of sword chi turned into demonic dragons that surged between heaven and earth. They blocked the Black Mount Eternal. Not only that, the Black Mount Eternal was constantly shaking from the attacks. The huge rocks in the forest above all cracked and rolled down. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky. It was beaten into a black hole. Kill! Lin Xian roared angrily and used the Void God finger again, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. 9 streaks of sword chi appeared beside the first emissary in an instant and attacked his vital points. The first emissary roared angrily, "Get lost!" He was like an immortal god. With monstrous power, he slashed at the Void God princes. The two exploded, forming a terrifying light that made everyone unable to open their eyes. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked. These two people were really too powerful. Kid, I will let you know the true power of immortality. The first emissary roared at the sky. The more he fought, the braver he became. His sword chi seemed to have turned into thousands of mountains. With infinite strength, he fell down. God, Lin Wudi was suppressed. Could it be that he was going to be defeated? It seemed that the strength of Mount Eternal was still stronger. Countless exclamations sounded. Outside, Yanruyu and the Crimson Dragon were also nervous. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and struck out a Tai Chi diagram. Yin and Yang sword chi flew out and turned into the god of Yin and Yang. He roared at the sky. He opened the sky with both hands and blocked the terrifying sword chi. At the same time, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan. A ray of reincarnation light cut through the void. In an instant, it attacked the first emissary. The first emissary exclaimed and hurriedly raised his sword to block. With a clang, he blocked the light of reincarnation. However, his body was caught by the god of Yin and Yang. With a forceful tug, he was torn in half. This scene was extremely shocking. The first emissary was injured, and he was seriously injured. Someone exclaimed. The elders and emissaries of Mount Eternal all stood up. This was impossible. Lin Wudi was actually able to injure the first emissary. The first emissary's split body roared at the sky. All the immortal flames inside swept out and swept across the wasteland. The god of Yin and Yang retreated. His broken body healed once again, and his eyes became incomparably terrifying. Ant, you have completely angered me. A mysterious immortal rune appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, a palace appeared behind him. There was sword, chi, lightning, and flames condensed into a thunderfire palace. The palace bloomed with terrifying and destructive power. When the palace opened, there was a small hall inside. There was a stone tablet on it with 3 words engraved on it. Eternal Hall. Thunderfire Palace, Indestructible Hall. The people from Mount Eternal also cried out in surprise. Boss, you've even used this kind of divine ability? It seemed that he was really going to go all out. Lin Wudi had already frightened him to this extent. These people were too shocked. They knew that this was a peerless divine ability. With their boss's strength, it was completely crazy to use it. They all laughed. Lin Wudi was going to die without a doubt. Although the others didn't know what it was, they could feel a mysterious and terrifying aura coming from the palace. It made their hair stand on end. Needless to say, this was a top divine ability. Chapter 5409. A mysterious palace appeared in the sky, making everyone curious. What kind of extreme weapon was that? Black Tortoise's expression changed. It was actually such a thing. He could actually summon such a thing. This number one emissary was not simple. What was this kid going to do? Was he going to display that kind of power? Brother Annihilation looked at Lin Xian, his eyes flashing. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. He could feel a frightening power. It seemed to be surrounding him. At this moment, the number one emissary sneered. "Kid, you're finished." He formed a seal with his palm and accepted my anger. With a roar, the immortal palace rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out, but the immortal palace didn't even shake. In the next moment, he entered the immortal palace. The stone tablet of the immortal palace appeared behind Lin Xian. The indestructible chains wrapped around Lin Xian and nailed him to the stone tablet. Heavens, what was that? Had Lin Wuti been sealed? Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Get lost!" Endless flames appeared on his body. The 9-yang divine fire was extremely strong. It was enough to turn everything into ashes. However, the immortal stone tablet didn't even have a crack. Heavens, this was a supreme treasure. Countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. At this moment, the Thunder Fire Palace flew over and stopped in front of Lin Xian again. The number one emissary stood in the Thunder Fire Palace with a cold expression. "I am the ruler. I can decide your life and death. Lightning strike!" With a roar, endless lightning flew out from the palace. Every single one of them was imbued with the power of destruction as they shot straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to block, but this was indestructible lightning. It was a power that surpassed everything. Lin Xian's divine body was actually split open. Saint blood dripped down, piercing through heaven and earth. The eternal palace shook violently, but it still firmly suppressed Lin Xian. "Are you hurt?" Yan Ruyu and the others exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon also gritted its teeth. Damn it, what kind of ability was this? In the distance, Mount Eternal's third emissary sneered. This was an exceptional divine ability. Even the Double Crown King would undoubtedly die after entering. Unless that kid was a Triple Crown champion, he was dead for sure. What? So powerful? The expressions of the Yi and Gu family members changed when they heard this. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave and the 10,000 Dragon Court also cried out in alarm. Was this the peak power of Mount Eternal? He was really too strong. The young geniuses shook their heads. They knew that they were no match for him. Chao, Tiansheng, Yao Guang, and the others frowned when they saw this. In the face of such power, the only way was to avoid it. Yao Guang's expression was slightly better because it had photon speed. He was confident that he could dodge everything. However, Yao Guang frowned. If he was enveloped, his ending wouldn't be too good, right? He looked into the distance. Lin Wuti, are you going to die here? 9 firmaments, Quasi-Emperor, said that he should be prepared. That kid might fail. Because this was the extreme Dao world, he couldn't use an extreme Dao weapon. Without an extreme Dao weapon, he couldn't use the great Dragon Sword Soul. With the power of the 9-yang divine body and the Rinnegan, there was no way to resist. Eternal Palace and Thunder Fire Palace. Yao Guang was surprised. You know the origin of the palace? 9 firmaments, Quasi-Emperor nodded. He knew that it was related to the human sovereign of Mount Eternal. The power that he left behind surpassed everything. This Lin Wuti couldn't resist it, unless an extreme Dao weapon appeared. I know. Yao Guang's expression darkened. It seemed that Lin Xian was finished. He had to make preparations next. When a bolt of lightning struck Lin Xian felt a destructive power. This power was simply too shocking. Furthermore, the indestructible stone tablet was suppressing him. He was unable to open the sword world. Mount Eternal actually possessed such terrifying power. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that he had been careless. This was the power of the human sovereign. Previously, when he killed the second emissary, the power of the human sovereign had appeared. However, the sword world was directly destroyed, causing Lin Xian to think that the power of the immortal sovereign was only SOO. But now he realized that he was wrong. This power definitely surpassed that of a saint. Could it be that the immortal sovereign was a quasi-emperor? This kind of power was indeed terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't contend against a quasi-emperor now. But the only fortunate thing was that the quasi-emperor didn't come personally. It was just a rune left behind by the quasi-emperor. Although it was terrifying, it wasn't impossible to resist. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme, and the indestructible chains on his body swayed rapidly. He seemed to want to break apart the sky and tear everything apart. When the first emissary saw this, he snorted coldly. "Want to leave?" It was useless. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of lightning bolts descended together. These lightning bolts were very terrifying. They pierced through Lin Xian's body. Endless cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Blood dyed his body red. When the crowd saw this, they shook their heads. Lin Wuti was finished. The people of the Divine Union also turned pale. Despair filled their faces. "No, Brother Xian." Murong Qingqing sensed this scene in the middle of the battle. Her expression also changed. Because she was too excited, she made a mistake and was sent flying by the palm of the born Taoism aptitude. She vomited blood, dyeing the void red. The born Taoism aptitude frowned and withdrew her palm. She didn't attack. She looked into the distance and said, "You can't use your full strength in this battle. Stop for now. After Lin Wuti's battle is over, our battle will continue." Murong Qingqing looked at the other party and said gratefully, "Thank you." She went to the side and watched the battle nervously. "Brother Xian, you must hold on." On the other side, the born Taoism aptitude's beautiful eyes flickered. "Lin Xian, is this really the end of your road?" After hundreds of inextinguishable lightning bolts, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was severely injured. He still couldn't escape. He used the Eye of Reincarnation. 6 reincarnations. The world shook quickly. The power of reincarnation wanted to destroy everything. But it was useless. This time it was a fire attack. The inextinguishable fire emerged from the Thunder Fire Palace. Lin Xian's injuries were even worse. "Ha ha ha ha." The first emissary looked up and laughed. "Lin Wuti, you dare to call yourself an invincible? You are no match for me at all. Today, I will use your head as a sacrifice to the second emissary." His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He stood in the Thunder Fire Palace like a supreme god. "This is the last blow, Lin Wuti. I will destroy your soul with this blow." Thunder and fire intertwined. The two inextinguishable powers merged together. They formed a sword of thunder and fire. No, it was 72 swords of thunder and fire, rotating between heaven and earth. As long as these swords pierced Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would really die. Everyone tensed up. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with an extremely cold light. It seemed that he had to use that power. Chapter 54:10. In the face of this final attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a shocking light. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to use another kind of power. It wasn't that he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, but he wanted to use that power at the last moment. He didn't expect it to be brought forward. The power he wanted to use wasn't an extreme weapon or the great dragon sword soul, because these two powers were suppressed in the extreme Tao world. However, he also obtained a treasure, the heavens of the battle map. Lin Xian had cultivated the heavens of the battle map before, but he hadn't used it yet. Now he was finally going to use it. "First emissary, you're very strong. To be able to injure me so severely, I admit that the power of Mount Eternal is very terrifying, but it's impossible for you to kill me. You can't defeat me at all. Let me show you what true invincibility is." Lin Xian's voice sounded. It resounded in all directions. Countless people were in an uproar. Lin Wuti was still so confident. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty sneered. What kind of joke was this? He couldn't use an extreme weapon, so he would definitely die. The people of the Gu family also snorted. He was still stubborn even when death was at hand. The first emissary laughed out loud. If you still have any tricks up your sleeve, then use them. Otherwise, I'll see how you die. He waved his hand, and 72 lightning and fire swords flew out. This was a sure-kill power. Facing such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian's body emitted endless light. It spun quickly in front of him and condensed into a battle map. The heavens of the battle map directly charged out and collided with the 72 lightning and fire swords. An earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. A figure was sent flying. Had the winner been decided? Countless people widened their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to lose. But when they saw that the one who was sent flying and screaming was the first emissary, they were all stunned. How was this possible? These people were crazy. One had to know that Lin Xian was suppressed by the Thunder Fire Palace and the Eternal Hall, and his divine body was injured by the lightning. Blood splattered everywhere, and then he was directly eliminated by the 72 swords. But why was the first emissary injured? What other trump cards did Lin Xian have? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone from Mount Eternal was stunned. Even Yao Guang, Chao Tiansheng, and the others were stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was puzzled. What exactly did Lin Xian use? The indestructible palace appeared amidst the light that filled the sky. At this moment, the indestructible chains had already been shattered. Lin Xian stood there with a battle map in front of him that kept spinning. That diagram was extremely terrifying. The pores of the born great path aptitude shrank rapidly. What a terrifying power! As a Tao body, she had fused with the heavenly Tao. Now he could feel how terrifying the firmament battle map was. Yao Guang's expression instantly darkened. This kind of power was something he had never seen before. It was not a Taiji diagram, but a new kind of power. Lin Wudi actually had such a terrifying trump card. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, he probably wouldn't have used it. If he had met Lin Xian before, would he have been able to resist such a firmament battle map? Lin Xian held the firmament battle map in his hand and walked out like a god of war. He looked ahead disdainfully. At this moment, crackling sounds came from his body. The immortal, indestructible battle armor covered his body and quickly healed his injuries. His divine body healed, and divine fire surged into the sky. He looked ahead and said in a deep voice, "I told you that you would be the one to lose." The first emissary spat out a large mouthful of blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body. The destruction of the 72 Thunder Fire Swords had already caused him to suffer a backlash. In addition, he was hit by the firmament battle map and was severely injured. He was unwilling to accept this. He roared crazily, "Impossible! How could you destroy the indestructible palace? The Thunder Fire Palace and the indestructible palace. What kind of power was this? It was beyond his own power. How could the other party block it? What exactly was that battle map?" Outside, the people of the Emperor clan were stunned. The elders of Mount Eternal were also stunned. The people of the Purple Mansion and the Thousand Dragon Court were gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian had another trump card, and it was an incomparably powerful one. The people of the Divine Union were all laughing. Great, Boss Lin was indeed strong. Lin Xian walked forward like a god of war. "Let me show you what true invincibility is." The battle map in his hand danced and directly attacked the first emissary. The first emissary was sent flying. The first emissary roared crazily and used the indestructible sword to block. It was like a true dragon swallowing thousands of miles. However, it couldn't block the firmament battle map. This was too terrifying. This was an exceptional mystique obtained from a page of the heavenly book. Although the first emissary was strong, he was being beaten back. He could only summon the Thunder Fire Palace and the indestructible palace to defend in front of him. However, in the end, the Thunderfire Palace and the Indestructible Palace were destroyed by the Firmament battle map. This time, the first emissary's body was refined into a bloody mist. He screamed in pain. Lin Xian chased him between heaven and earth. He kept escaping, but his injuries were getting worse. Lin Xian was too strong. The more he fought, the stronger he became. In the end, he could only crush his protective jade pendant and escape. Lin Xian stood in the field, the sea of blood surging around him. He was like a god, sneering. Mount Eternal was just SOO. Who else wants to fight with me? At this moment, he displayed a strong power that shocked everyone. He was too strong. This Lin Wuti had actually eliminated the first emissary. Gosh, he might be able to fight for the championship this time. Lin Xian's divine body, Rinnegan, and super strong sword techniques were terrifying. The first emissary wasn't weak either. The indestructible power was an existence that couldn't be killed and had the indestructible rune. It was said that no one below the Triple Crown King could resist the power that he had summoned. However, at the most critical moment, Lin Xian took out a battle map and reversed the situation. It was really shocking. Yao Guang's face darkened. She felt the danger. Chao Tianxing's eyes flashed. As expected of the Lin Wuti, he knew. Back then, he knew that this man was definitely not a fish in a pond. He would definitely soar into the sky. Now that so many years had passed, he was indeed strong. The born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. The Heaven's Law map? What a terrifying divine power. She looked at Morong Qingqing and said, Lin Xian is no longer in danger. We can continue the previous battle. Morong Qingqing also smiled. He was completely relieved that Lin Xian was no longer in danger. He nodded and said, Thank you for giving me time. I will do my best. There was no enmity between the two of them. They only had a competition for the great Tao. The two heavens chosen once again engaged in a fierce battle, but Lin Xian was focused on Yao Guang. It's time to deal with you. He snorted, and the Heaven's Law map flew over. Chapter 54:11. Alcade's pupils constricted, and he immediately used void evasion to escape. The place where he had been standing was torn to shreds. How terrifying! Countless people were stunned. Even someone as powerful as the Alcade realm could only dodge and not take it head-on. The extreme-grade weapons in the sky, the Black Tortoise and the Aquarius of Life were all shocked. They were even more shocked than the others. The Heavens battle map. He actually had something like this? How did he get it? It seemed that he had obtained the Heavenly Book of One Leaf. He had been there before. This youth's luck was quite good. He had even obtained the Heavens battle map. The Heavenly Book of One Leaf was in their extreme grade realm. How could they not know about it? However, most people couldn't reach that place. Even if they went there, they wouldn't be able to obtain the Heavens battle map because there were even more frightening existences there. However, Lin Xian had actually obtained it and even managed to successfully cultivate it. This opportunity shocked the extreme grade weapons. They were even more curious about Lin Xian now. The destructive spear frowned. If this kid was on our side, then it would be fine. But if he was on the other side, then it would be really dangerous. This was a variable. The Black Tortoise, however, laughed. I think you're overthinking it. If he was able to obtain the Heavenly Book of One Leaf, then he should be on our side. The Aquarius of Life nodded. Yes, that's right. I think so too. Let's see if this kid can reach the final step. The extreme grade weapons continued to watch the battle silently, but the battle below was extremely terrifying. The innate Tao body and Morong Qingqing were fighting. Morong Qingqing attacked with all her strength, but the innate Tao body was too strong. She was suppressed. She would be defeated within 100 moves, but she wouldn't give up so easily. On the other side, Alcade's expression was extremely ugly. The Heavens battle map in her opponent's hand was a threat to her life, and after defeating the first emissary, Su Qin attacked her directly. She wasn't prepared at all. Lin Xian Are you sure you want to attack me? Alcade said coldly. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. Nonsense. Another heavenly battle diagram shot out, leaving a trail of light behind it as it charged forward. This time, it covered the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan. Even if the opponent used the Void Divine ability again, he couldn't escape. Indeed, the light-shaking Realm Cultivator immediately activated a Void-type Theurgy art, but Lin Xian was even faster. Another heavenly battle diagram was unleashed, and a terrifying battle intent erupted from it, turning into a god of war. Zhan too charged over. Yao Guang roared. The Nine Heavens' immortal king released an illusion. He faced the sky and roared, resisting Lin Xian's palm. With a hong sound, he was blasted backwards, directly tearing apart the earth. An endless cloud of dust filled the air. Everyone was stunned. A light-shaking realm cultivator had been sent flying. Are you hurt? When the people from the Z government saw this, their expressions became ugly. The first emissary gritted his teeth. He had already lost. To be honest, his mind was completely blank right now. He had never imagined that he would actually lose. He was only ranked 6th. Damn it. One had to know that her goal was to be number 1, to be the champion. Now, she wasn't even in the top 5. Damn it. Lin Wudi. He was going crazy with anger. He wanted to kill Lin Wudi, but the heavenly battle diagram in Lin Wudi's hand was too terrifying. Especially now, when he saw Yao Guang also being sent flying, he didn't know why, but he felt a little better. Yao Guang had swallowed so many experts. But wasn't she still sent flying in an instant? Damn it! Yao Guang roared and charged out from the ground. Endless primal chaos, aura, spread out from his body. The terrifying thing was that his power could shatter heaven and earth, as if he was going to split open the universe. Everyone was shocked. The power of primal chaos had appeared. This was the strongest power that Yao Guang had swallowed so far. Why do I feel like he's a soul body? Damn it, this guy won't become the second primal chaos body, right? There were also people from the primal chaos race who came to watch the battle. When they saw this scene, they vomited blood in anger. Their soul sky was dead, and he was swallowed by this kid. Damn it. After Yao Guang displayed the power of primal chaos, she became incomparably terrifying. The surrounding sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Lin Xian sneered. It seems that your power of primal chaos isn't enough, because compared to the primal chaos body, you're still a little weaker. As he spoke, he waved the battle map again and charged over. Yao Guang roared and fought against the primal chaos body. The two collided, but he was still suppressed. After 3 moves, he was sent flying again, and a large crack appeared on his body. The Heavens battle map split him in half. Lin Xian pursued with the Heavens battle map in his hand. He was like a god descending to suppress his opponent. Not good. The faces of the people from the Purple Mansion changed drastically. You dare! The Mansion Master roared crazily, but he couldn't stop him outside the extreme path world. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. Damn it, what should he do? At this moment, he was really stunned. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor in his mind also gritted his teeth. Run, run. Don't fight him head-on. In the extreme path world, his quasi-emperor power couldn't appear. Otherwise, he would be killed by the extreme path weapons in the sky. Yao Guang fled quickly, but Lin Xian's Rinnegan could always lock onto him. After 5 moves, she was in danger again. She was about to be sealed. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix came from afar. Lin Xian's palm stopped. He didn't attack Yao Guang again. Instead, he turned around and saw Murong Qingcheng retreating, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. The others also cried out one after another. Victory and defeat had been decided. The Rainbow Phoenix was defeated. She stood there and didn't attack again. She said, "You lost." Murong Qingcheng sighed and nodded. "You are very strong. I am not your opponent." This time, She fought very happily with the innate Tao body because she had used up all her tricks. However, she was still not a match for her opponent. She lost wholeheartedly. Lin Xian also flew over and said, "Qing Qing, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qing Qing shook her head and laughed bitterly. "Brother Xian, I lost. Next, it's up to you. You must be the champion." Lin Xian gave her a bottle of pills and said, "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Go outside the valley and rest." Murong Qing Qing flew outside the extreme path valley. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stared at Yao Guang again. Yao Guang's face turned cold. Lin Xian sneered. "You can't even withstand a single blow. You are no longer my opponent." He wasn't in a hurry to suppress Yao Guang because Yao Guang couldn't escape. He was going to challenge the innate Tao body first, and then fight Chao Tiansheng. When everyone was no longer his opponent, he would be the real champion. He looked at the innate Tao body and said, "Take a rest. You rest and recover first. I will fight with Chao Tianxing first. After that, I will fight with you." After speaking, Lin Xian flew over and looked at Chao Tianxing. He said, "Old friend, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be from the ancient Light clan. Show me your true speed. Let me see what the true strength of the ancient Light clan is like." Chapter 54:12. The battle between Lin Xian and Chao Tianxing shocked countless people once again. Yao Guang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was no longer in danger of being eliminated. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Lin Xian didn't attack him, which meant that he didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, what was his status now? What status did he have? How many experts had he devoured? He even possessed the power of the primal chaos. Who would dare look down on him? However, Lin Xian was looking down on him and even ignoring him. This difference was hard for him to accept. Despicable Lin Wudi. "One day I will personally get rid of you." Yao Guang quickly formed hand seals. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recover from his injuries. On the other side, the Khanate Constitution was also absorbing the power of the great Tao to recover. The others were also in an uproar. Lin Wudi was too strong. First, he had defeated the first emissary and injured Yao Guang, almost eliminating him. Now he was going to challenge Chao Tianxing and fight with the Khanate Constitution. He wanted to sweep through all 8 desolations with his own strength. If he defeated all his opponents, he would become the champion and be invincible. Was Lin Wudi's invincible title going to become a reality? Many people were excited. The people of the Divine Union were looking forward to it. The people of the Purple Mansion were gnashing their teeth. Yao Guang's injury made them nervous. Now, they were praying that the ancient Light tribe could defeat Lin Wudi. Chao Tianxing also stepped forward and said, "I will also go all out in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the void around Lin Xian suddenly split open. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. He was sent flying by the punch. Some of his bones were broken. The people around him were also stunned. They only reacted when Lin Xian retreated. What just happened? Heavens, did Chao Tianxing attack? I actually didn't see it. In hindsight, they realized that if they were to face Chao Tianxing, they probably wouldn't know anything and would be killed in one move. The older powerhouses sighed. The younger generation would surpass them in time. Lin Xian's body emitted cracking sounds as his bones recovered. At the same time, a cold light burst out from his eyes. He was indeed from the ancient Light clan. Such speed was indeed shocking. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme, and at the same time opened the Rinnegan, covering 8 directions. He had to be careful when dealing with this kind of speed. This was another top-notch expert. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. Lin Xian took a deep breath, waved the heavens battle map, and charged out. A crack appeared in the void as it soared into the sky. It was as if a giant dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the sky as it charged towards Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing dodged in an instant and said, Lin Xian, I admit that you are very powerful, but you can't keep up with my speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to move, but he had already appeared in over 100 different locations. He had punched out tens of millions of times, and only the most powerful experts could see it. The other double championship winners didn't seem to be able to see it. The Thunder King was stunned. Was this the ancient Light tribe? As a lightning powerhouse, the speed of his lightning was incomparably fast. But now he realized that he couldn't see it at all. The first emissary also frowned tightly. He could only feel a blur of this kind of speed. If he encountered it, it would be very troublesome. He could only stay in the Thunder Fire Palace. It was really too difficult to injure the other party. Sure enough, in the next few consecutive attacks, his Heaven's battle map couldn't hit the other party. Although Lin Xian's Rinnegan could see the other party, his body's speed couldn't keep up. Lin Xian launched a reincarnation attack, the heavenly path of reincarnation. A huge hand of the heavens appeared in the sky and fell mercilessly, but it was still too slow. Lin Xian's gaze seemed to be unable to keep up with Chao Tianxing's speed. The Light tribe was indeed the fastest in the world. The other spectators were also amazed. Even those from the Emperor clan were surprised. No one could match such speed. At the same time, they were also puzzled. The Light tribe was so terrifying. How was the Light tribe destroyed back then? They were even completely wiped out. What kind of person was it that did this? Could it be a living great emperor who attacked the Light tribe back then? Lin Xian was attacked. Thousands of punches landed on his body, and they were all concentrated in one place. Even if Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, he couldn't withstand it. Cracks appeared on his body again, and he retreated. The Heaven's battle map seemed to be useless. The Yi family members shook their heads and sighed. Lin Gongzi was in danger. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. With this kind of speed, he was already in an invincible position. Unless his speed could keep up, but it was too difficult. What a pity. On the other side, the elders of the Kuimping clan also shook their heads. Lin Wudi took out the Heaven's battle map, defeated the first emissary, and injured Yao Guang. But was he going to be defeated by Chao Tianxing? Most likely, no one would be able to match Chao Tianxing's extreme speed. They couldn't even suppress him. Chao Tianxing was in an invincible position. Could it be that he would be the final champion? Sighs could be heard one after another. The people on Purple's side looked gloomy, and the people of Dao one school frowned. The born Taoism aptitude didn't seem to have a good way to suppress this ancient speed. After a few more punches, Lin Xian was pushed back. Chao Tianxing said, Although you have the Heaven's battle map, you can't do anything to me. Even if you use the Heaven's battle map to protect yourself, it will be a draw at most. So, if you want to defeat me, use your other strength. If you don't, you can't win this battle. He was right. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He put away the Heaven's battle map. Even the flame aura on his body disappeared. What was going on? The others looked at him in confusion. It seemed that Lin Wudi had given up. The Heaven's battle map was so powerful, but he didn't use it. Could it be that he had a stronger trump card? His stronger trump card should be the swallowing heaven jar, but he couldn't take it out. Lin Xian didn't take out the swallowing heaven jar. Instead, he took out a sword. It was the Hell Divine Sword. Lin Xian stood there, surrounded by sword energy. The sword energy protected his body. Lin Xian said, Next, I will fight with you with the sword. He was a peerless swordsman. At this moment, he was going to use the most primitive sword technique to fight against his opponent. Sword technique? It's useless. He can't cut me at all. Yes, his attack power was strong, far beyond that of his peers. Even the divine ancestor was no match for him. But if he couldn't hit the enemy, what was the use of a strong attack? Chao Tianxing also shook his head. It's useless. Next, I'm going to use hundreds of millions of attacks. Be careful. After saying that, he raised his palm, and there was an endless light shining on his fist. It was his fist, and it was spinning at high speed. It was extremely fast. Around him, the void kept shattering. Then he punched out. Chapter 54:13. A ray of light lit up between heaven and earth. Then, everyone couldn't see anything. They only heard a sound. It seemed that they all remembered at the same time that this was the 100,000,000 punches. It was the Light Clan's peerless theurgy. It was over. Lin Wuti was in danger. Yes, even if he didn't lose the first time, he wouldn't be able to block such a punch on the second day. It seemed that the outcome was destined. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were nervous. The first emissary snorted coldly. When you lose and come outside, I'll teach you a lesson. He planned to attack here. The others were nervous. Would Lin Xian be defeated by this punch? The punch landed on Lin Xian's protective sword energy, and the protective sword energy shook violently. Next, a crack appeared on the protective sword energy. Then it spread all over his body. The protective sword chi was instantly shattered. At this time, Lin Xian also attacked. The shattered sword chi seemed to have turned into thousands of azure dragons. They rushed out in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xian's sword technique also rushed over. Countless sword chi turned into a sea of swords sweeping out. It seemed to have turned into a sword between heaven and earth. Clang! A thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, and the most dazzling light erupted. It was the great Tao waving. Everyone closed their eyes at this moment. The light was too bright. Many people's eyes were bleeding. The people outside were also shocked. Did he block it? Impossible. If this punch landed on his body, Lin Wuti would definitely be torn apart. However, when the bright light disappeared, they found that Lin Xian's body didn't break. Instead, Chao Tianqing's fist was knocked back. How was this possible? He blocked it. How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. The people from the Great Emperor clan couldn't believe it. The light-shaking realm was shocked. The pupils of the Born Taoism aptitude also shrank. The first emissary's face became extremely ugly. Lin Xian actually blocked it. Chao Tianqing was also surprised. He felt that his fist was numb. He couldn't even use his strength. The attack just now was too sharp. Could Lin Xian keep up with its speed? It was unbelievable. He didn't believe it. Unless an ancient member of the Light Clan appeared, no one could keep up with its speed. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian held the Hell's sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth raised. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable, and there was nothing it could not overcome. You have the fastest speed, but I have the strongest attack. The sword intent on Lin Xian's body continued to erupt, causing the entire world to shake. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even though they were so far away, they felt that the sword chi was going to tear their bodies apart. The few extreme weapons in the sky were also astonished. This was the strongest offensive power in the world, the great dragon sword. It was too inconceivable. The destruction spear was shocked. In our extreme Tao world, it was impossible to use the power of an extreme Tao weapon. The great dragon sword was also a power that surpassed the Saint Realm, so it would also be suppressed here. He didn't summon the great dragon sword, but he was able to unleash such power within his body. It seemed that he had already fused with the great dragon's sword soul. This little guy was not simple at all. Next to him, Black Tortoise also kept nodding. Extreme speed and the strongest attack. This time, there would be a show to watch. Damn it, this Lin Wuti. When Yao Guang saw the scene, he gritted his teeth. He felt a sense of crisis. He felt that whether it was the strongest speed or the most terrifying attack, he seemed to be unable to defeat them. He was actually suppressed by two people. Damn it, could it be that he had no chance of winning this time? No, he was unwilling to accept this. All these years he had been hiding from place to place, like a rat crossing the street, only able to walk in the dark. Because he secretly devoured other people's corpses and snatched their bloodlines. He would become the enemy of the world. But now that he had grown up, he dared to challenge the world. He was no longer afraid of others. He wanted to walk in the light, but there were two people in front of him who had surpassed him, and he might even be hunted down. He was unwilling to accept this. He must win the championship. Thinking of this, Yao Guang sat down cross-legged. A black vortex appeared behind him, and a figure emerged from it. It was a withered figure like a mummy. Most of the body was covered in white bones. However, there was a small part of the body that was intact, and there was even a hidden chaotic aura surging on it. This scene was hidden by Yao Guang in an instant. He continued to absorb the chaotic body. He had already absorbed the chaotic body from before, and there was only a little left. Once he completely absorbed it, his strength would not just increase by a small amount. It would increase by a large amount, because it would turn into a second chaotic body. Previously, he was prepared to absorb it after the dragon transformation battle, but now it seemed that he could not wait. He had to break through to the chaotic body at the last moment. Only then could he compete with others. Yao Guang formed a seal with his palms and absorbed like crazy, using the demonic sky-devouring skill to the extreme. Of course, the black vortex had already disappeared, and he could not attract anyone's attention now. As expected, no one was paying attention to it, because everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in front of them. Only speed could not be defeated and indestructible. These two extremely terrifying powers collided in the heavens and earth. As for which one was stronger, it would depend on their own strength. The laws between heaven and earth were vast. Sword Qi soared into the sky. Everyone could only hear a series of explosions, and the entire sky was completely shattered. This was the extreme path world, and in this world, even the divine ancestor was suppressed. However, these two people seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop them. It was really too terrifying. The emperor races were also amazed. Even the emperor's son would not be able to compete with these two people. Both of them had the potential to become the new great emperor. Another intense collision. Yao Guang's expression was incomparably solemn. I did not expect you to be able to fight me to this extent. You can actually restrain my extreme speed. This is really surprising. He also knew that Lin Xian had super strong combat strength, but this combat strength was too strong. It was actually indestructible. Next, I will use my fastest speed. If you can block it, then this battle will be considered your win. The fastest speed? Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the Hellfire Dragon sword. He said, "All right, I will also let you feel an even stronger indestructible." Lin Wudi put away his sword. What was he trying to do? Was he going to fight barehanded? If that was the case, his offensive power would be weakened. The surrounding people were very puzzled. The Yi family was puzzled, and the people of the Divine Union were also surprised. Chao Tianxing also frowned. He did not know what the other party was doing, but he could not care less. He used his fastest speed, Luminous Shadow. Chapter 54:14. Luminous Shadow. His speed was pushed to the limit. Everyone saw Lin Xian put away his sword as if he had given up. How could he block it? Was Lin Wudi going to lose this battle? Many people exclaimed. Those from the Divine Union also closed their eyes. Lin Xian looked very serious. He had put away the Hell Sword, but it didn't mean that he had given up. He was going to use a stronger superpower. At this moment, he stood tall as the sword aura on his body surged into the sky, turning into a divine sword. He said, "I'm a dragon." With a roar, he rushed over. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a dragon sword. It was terrifying. God, no way. He turned into a sword. Countless people exclaimed. The born Taoism aptitude was shocked. Yao Guang also opened his eyes and looked at the scene, his pupils constricting. In this shocking battle, the void kept shattering, and the terrifying aura swallowed everything. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a divine sword at this moment. In the end, who was stronger? They were looking forward to it. When the divine light in the sky slowly disappeared, they saw the two of them standing there. Chao Tianqing's face was pale. There was a sword mark on his body, and sacred blood dripped down. Injured. Chao Tianqing was actually injured. Everyone exclaimed. This was the limit of speed. Even with the speed of light, how could he not dodge this sword? The born Taoism aptitude was also shocked. It was invincible. Chao Tianqing, you actually injured me. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could not believe it. Had his speed been broken? This was too shocking. You've won this battle. He retreated, but he didn't leave. Instead, he started to recover. Obviously, he could continue to fight. Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Chao Tianqing's extreme speed was one of the strongest superpowers he had ever seen. This time he had used his strongest swordsmanship to injure his opponent. He was one step closer to becoming the champion. Next was to challenge the born Taoism aptitude. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked forward again. He looked at the one with the born Taoism aptitude. The one with born Taoism aptitude also stood up and said in a deep voice, it was time to fight. Everyone became excited again. Lin Wudi had defeated a group of masters one after another. If he could defeat the born Taoism aptitude, no one would be able to challenge him. In that case, it was very likely that the other party would become the champion. What would happen in this battle? As an ancient member of the Light Clan, Chao Tianqing possessed the fastest speed. The born Taoism aptitude was the legendary Great Path body. It should have the strongest Great Path. He didn't know if this super powerful Great Tao or this terrifying attack would be more terrifying. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. She formed a seal with her palm, and 1,000 laws revolved around her. Then, she slapped out with her palm. Wherever the Tao seal passed, nothing could stop it. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again. The collision between the two set off a monstrous storm. After this exchange, they were evenly matched. Lin Xian did not stop. The sword qi became more and more terrifying. At the same time, he used his earth magic, the demon god seal. He struck out and collided with the Tao seal. The two seals shattered the sky and the earth. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. As expected of the Great Path body, it was really terrifying. The other party's Great Path was indeed the most powerful he had ever seen. The born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. Previously, she only saw Lin Xian's strength in battle. However, fighting with Lin Xian felt different. The other party was too strong, like a ferocious beast that couldn't be defeated. She took a deep breath and formed the Heavenly Path seal. She formed a seal with her palm, and a seal appeared in the sky and fell mercilessly. Lin Xian struck out with the demon god fist. A black fist rushed into the sky and blocked the attack. At the same time, the Azura sword technique appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The sword rose like a dragon and instantly tore apart the other party's Great Path aura. This sword cleaved the entire sky apart. At the same time, Lin Xian was stunned. The others also exclaimed in surprise. It was so beautiful. The born Taoism aptitude from before. It was extremely mysterious and surrounded by the Great Path. No one could see the other party's true appearance. Now, Lin Xian had split the other party's Great Path and finally revealed her true appearance. It was a stunning woman, unusually exquisite. Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw the other party because he really knew her. It was someone he hadn't seen for a long time, and he knew her from the quintessential world. Zhong Lingxiu. Back then, she entered the extraordinary warrior mansion with him, and they even fought. Back then, Zhong Lingxiu's Great Path was extremely extraordinary. He didn't expect her to have the born Taoism aptitude. Lin Xian was amazed. The The quintessential world was indeed one of the two most mysterious worlds in the universe. It had produced so many genius powerhouses. He walked out from there. Yi Wudao, Murong Qingchen, Yan Rui, and Yao Guang all came from the quintessential world. Now there was Zhong Lingxiu. It was really incredible. No wonder it was called the Source Planet. I didn't expect it to be you. It's really been a long time. Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he said with a smile. The great path on Zhong Lingxiu's body slowly healed again, covering her face. She said, "Yes, it's been a long time. I didn't expect your sword technique to split my great path. However, you have to be careful because I'm going to get serious." As soon as her voice fell, the laws on her body suddenly erupted like a 100,000 volcano, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Her palms shot out like a divine king, flickering light and passing shadows as she went straight for Lin Xian. The power was indeed much stronger than before. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Six-path fist. The reincarnation power in his eyes erupted. Reincarnation human Tao. The power of the 6 paths was extremely terrifying, as if it could reincarnate everything. It collided with the other party's divine seal. Every strike was earth-shattering. The spectators were even more shocked. The previous battle between Lin Xian and Chao Tianqing was indeed terrifying. However, Chao Tianqing's speed was too fast, and they couldn't see many of his skills clearly. They couldn't even see them. However, it was different now. The born Great Path aptitude wasn't fast, but the Great Path was too exquisite. Those older divine ancestors were also amazed. The other young geniuses, including the Crown Prince, were all shocked. Although they had mastered the Great Emperor's skills, the other party's Great Path was extremely terrifying. Some of them even surpassed their skills. It wasn't that the Great Emperor's skills were weak, but their own understanding of the Great Path couldn't compare to the born Great Path aptitude. 5 elements Tao. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiu waved her hand and performed the most basic 5 elements Tao. The 5 elements world collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, and it was actually not inferior. The 5 elements world and the metal world turned into endless weapons that scattered down. These weapons were extremely sharp, like the strongest sacred artifacts, and directly pierced through the 9 heavens. Chapter 54:15. The world of metal charged over with incomparable sharpness. The world of fire also swept across the 9 heavens. Lin Xian used the reincarnation tunnel to form the most powerful earth shield to defend. At this moment, the world of water, world of earth, and world of wood also charged over. Lin Xian used the heavenly path of reincarnation and the human path to resist. Only 3 of the 6 paths of reincarnation could be used. The other 3 were illusory. After all, he had only condensed 1 Rinnegan. However, the power of reincarnation was too terrifying. 3 paths of reincarnation blocked the opponent's world of 5 elements. It was too powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. It was just a world of 5 elements. They probably couldn't resist it. Among them, there were people from the 5 Elements sect. After they saw it, they were shocked. Perhaps even their grand ancestor couldn't use such a perfect world of 5 elements. This Lin Wudi was really powerful. He could actually block the world of 5 elements with 1 eye. His Rinnegan was too terrifying. Exclamations came one after another. Many princes and Double Crown King were jealous. Zhong Lingxiu was also amazed, as expected of the legendary Rinnegan. However, try my 5 elements and 1. As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. In an instant, the world of 5 elements merged. This wasn't a simple fusion. 5 worlds were drawn into 1 world. The power increased more than doubled. It directly shattered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of the 6 worlds in the sky slowly disappeared. The world of 5 elements attacked Lin Xian. No way. Was this the power of the born Taoism aptitude? The great path fused in her hand as if it was as simple as drinking water. Many experts of the older generation were dumbfounded. They couldn't help it. They had comprehended the great path their entire lives, but they still couldn't understand it. However, these problems were too simple for Zhong Lingxiu. She could do it with a wave of her hand. The world of 6 paths was broken. Lin Wudi was in danger. Many people were surprised. However, an extremely cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He roared and slapped out with his palm. On his palm, an extremely terrifying sword qi appeared as if it had turned into a mountain of 5 elements. Was he going to use the power of 5 elements to resist it? Everyone was shocked. No, it wasn't the 5 elements mountain. It was the divine magnetic mountain. The experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty also came to watch. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock once more. An elemental magnet mountain blocked the elemental world, and the two of them clashed in the air again. Even the elemental magnet mountain wanted to suppress the 5 elements world. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xian's palm already so terrifying? This was not the power of his 9-yang divine body, but the power of magnetism. Magnetism could suppress the 5 elements. The experts from the Yuan Magnetic Immortal Foundation were all stunned. How could this be their power? Damn it, could it be because of the old ancestor? The corpse of their magnetism quasi-emperor was in the hands of the other party. From the looks of it, it had already been studied by this kid. Lin Xian had indeed used the power of magnetism. He had the corpse of the magnetism quasi-emperor and the great dragon sword spirit. He used the great dragon sword soul to materialize the magnetic mountain. He actually possessed such power. Seeing that the combination of the 5 elements was being suppressed, Zhong Lingxiu frowned as well. With a wave of his sleeve, the elemental world disappeared, and he stood in the void again. Lin Xian retracted his palm, and the magnetic mountain also slowly disappeared. In this battle of the great Tao, Lin Xian had the upper hand. This was great. The people of the Divine Union cheered. In the Purple Mansion, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty had ugly expressions. On the other hand, the people of the Tao One sect were calm. They knew that the strength of the Tao physique was not limited to this. Sure enough, Zhong Lingxiu said, "I also want to experience your 9-yang divine body." After experiencing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was prepared to challenge the other party's divine body. Everyone was shocked. Was the born Tao physique going to display a super strong physique? They were not sure, but they soon realized that it was not the case. A ball of flame appeared in Zhong Lingxiu's hand, dancing fiercely. As soon as the flame appeared, it instantly pierced through the void. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this flame was. She wanted to challenge the 9-yang divine flame. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. An illusion of the sun appeared beside him, blooming continuously. The power of my 9-yang divine flame is very terrifying. Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhong Lingxiu said, "How do you know if you don't try?" As soon as she said that, other than the flame on her fingertip, there were also flames dancing on her other 9 fingers. The flame on each finger was different. The first flame that appeared was blue, as deep as the starry sky. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the legendary starry sky flame?" This was a very terrifying flame. It was rare in the depths of the universe. Who would have thought that the other party could find it? The fire Qilin also exclaimed, "Nanmingli fire! Fire of the sea, hellfire! Fire of the 10,000 beasts!" After the fire Qilin shouted out all kinds of flames, it was as if thunder resounded in the ears. The surrounding people were stunned. Every single one of these flames was extremely terrifying. But now, Zhong Lingxiu had gathered all 10 of them. Impossible! How did she do it? Burning incense also kept shaking her head. She was also a flame expert, but she could not have obtained so many flames. The dog-headed Taoist widened his bell-like eyes. He bared his fangs and said no. These flames were condensed by her great Tao. These were her great Tao flames. What? Great Tao flames? A person's great Tao could evolve so many flames. Was this the born Taoism aptitude? As expected of one of the top 10 physiques in the starry sky. It was really strong. Chao Tianxing nodded and exclaimed. On the other side, Alcade's eyes also turned red after seeing this. This physique was definitely not weaker than the chaotic physique. Moreover, there were thousands of great Taoists. It was very terrifying. Zhong Lingxiu's 10 fingers intertwined in the sky like jade. The top-tier flames also danced continuously. They merged with each other and formed a lotus. A flame lotus quietly bloomed in Zhong Lingxiu's hand. Lin Xian, you have to be careful, she said playfully. However, everyone's heart skipped a beat. After being hit by the lotus formed by 10 top-tier flames, even 10 lives would not be enough. Although Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was strong, could it really withstand it? Lin Xian's face also became a little serious. He did not expect this guy to be able to condense so many flames. His 9-yang divine physique felt great pressure. However, he would not back down. Then I'll experience it. With a roar, Lin Xian pushed his 9-yang divine physique to the extreme. He seemed to have turned into the god of fire. He took the lead to attack. The flames danced in the sky, turning into thousands of golden crows that roared in the sky. Zhong Lingxiu waved her hand, and the lotus formed by 10 top-tier flames flew over. Bloom! He shouted softly. Boom! In the next moment, the flame lotus bloomed and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. Chapter 54:16. The lotus formed by 10 types of terrifying flames enveloped Lin Xian, letting out a terrifying roar. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They saw a figure madly attacking in the flames. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was pushed to the extreme, but the lotus formed by 10 types of flames was really terrifying. Even his divine body was injured at this moment. Many cracks appeared on his body and blood emerged. God, Lin Wudi couldn't resist. Was he going to be defeated? Everyone exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and the others were nervous again. Zhong Lingxiu, on the other hand, had a confident smile on his face. He was very confident in these 10 types of flames. Lin Xian's face was solemn. The 9-yang divine body swept in all directions as he walked in the flames. Although his body was broken, he was still not afraid of these flames, which could temper his body. However, he knew that there was not much time and opportunity now. He had to break the other party's magic. If the 9-yang divine body was not enough, then he would add another magic. Lin Xian used the magic of the Great Earth Emperor, the demon god armor. This was a unique skill in the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. The demonic qi on his body condensed into a black armor, covering his body. With this armor and the power of his body, his defense was much stronger than before. The 10 types of flames were blocked outside of his body. At the same time, Lin Xian swept his hands and drew a sword aura, splitting the entire sea of flames. He walked out with a strong force. Everyone was shocked. Did he block it? The born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. They did not expect that the 10 types of flames could not do anything to the other party. Lin Xian was extremely strong. He looked forward. Next, you will have a taste of my attack. He drew a yin-yang image and threw it forward. The yin-yang sword aura turned into 2. The yin-yang dragons circled each other with endless power. At the same time, Lin Xian attacked again. He used the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. The terrifying sword technique carried with it a monstrous demonic qi. It swept across the world like a divine light from outer space. An invincible power was unleashed by him. Zhong Xinxiu's expression was solemn. Previously, this power defeated Chao Tianxing, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Boom, 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 she. then unleashed other great Daos to contend with him, and the two of them fought from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 500 moves had passed. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the heavens battle diagram flew out, once again exploding with terrifying power. He forced Zhong Lingxiu out. Zhong Lingxiu frowned. She had felt the power of the firmament battle diagram before. It was terrifying. Now that she was facing it herself, it was truly terrifying. Her expression was solemn as she said in a deep voice, "Take my strongest great Tao. The Tao can be Tao." With a furious roar, the great Daos on his body began to intertwine, forming a mysterious rune in front of him. It was like a heavenly talisman. The aura on it was too terrifying. This was the Tao that could be Tao. It flew forward. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He exerted the firmament battle map to the extreme and slashed forward. This war map was like a divine sword. He slashed out. The power of the war map exploded completely and collided with Dao Kedao. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. Everyone was terrified. If they came into contact with a trace of this power, their bodies would be shattered, not to mention completely resisting it. Boom! In the end, the firmament battle map was more terrifying. It blasted Dao Kedao away. The born Taoism aptitude also retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not attack again. Instead, she said, "You have won this battle." "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Lin Wuti had defeated 3 top experts in a row. Was he going to become the champion? At this moment, countless people exclaimed. The people of the Divine Union stood up excitedly. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and the Purple Mansion had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, they were unwilling to accept this. The people of Mount Eternal were also filled with murderous intent. Were they going to let Lin Wuti become the champion? At this moment, Yao Guang stood up and shouted angrily, "No, I haven't lost yet!" What? Yao Guang was going to attack? The people of the Divine Union sneered. Impossible. He had no chance. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. He had already lost to Lin Xian. Did he still want to fight? A loser. Lin Xian also looked disdainfully at his opponent and sneered disdainfully. You're just a loser. You're no match for me." Yao Guang was furious. "How dare you look down on me?" He took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded. Chao Tianxing walked out and said, "You want to fight? Sure, let Lin Xian rest. Wait until he recovers." Zhong Lingxiu also walked out and said, "Defeat me first." "I'll go first. You just finished your battle. You two should rest first." Chao Tianxing walked out and looked at Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu. Then he turned to Yao Guang and said, "Defeat me and you'll have the right to continue." "Defeat you? Good. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you with your extreme speed?" Yao Guang sneered. At this moment, he was full of confidence. This was because he had just devoured the power of the remaining spirit body. At this moment, his physique had become extremely terrifying. He could already display the true chaotic body. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Lin Xian again. Previously, he was defeated by Lin Xian, but now that he had a spirit body, he was absolutely not afraid of his opponent. He wanted to turn defeat into victory. Lin Xian said, "I'll leave it to you." He had fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he did not think that Yao Guang could defeat Chao Tianxing. However, he still prepared to recover his strength first. On the other side, Zhong Lingxiu also sat down cross-legged. The two of them were recovering. The others were excited. Were there going to be another battle? Was this Yao Guang qualified to challenge Lin Xian? He had to defeat Chao Tianxing. He also had the born Dao aptitude. Otherwise, he really was not qualified. Show me your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me, Chao Tianxing said. He just stood there unmoved. However, there was probably no attack that could hurt him. Yao Guang's face was cold. A terrifying chaotic aura erupted from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Feeling this aura, Chao Tianqing frowned. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? I feel that Yao Guang's physique is different. His chaotic aura has become stronger than before. In the midst of cultivation, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He glanced ahead. His brows were tightly knitted. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and sped up his recovery. The corners of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. Then he slapped out with his palm. The chaotic palm covered the sky and the earth, directly attacking in front of him. Chao Tianqing stood there without moving, but it was just an afterimage. He dodged with extreme speed. However, it was not over. After the palm landed, the void suddenly split open as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. A force enveloped Chao Tianqing. Chao Tianqing's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. However, his expression also changed. This force was the power to split the sky and the earth. Chapter 54:17. The power to split the heavens and earth was simply too terrifying. The Emperor clan members also frowned after seeing this. Could it be that he had already obtained the primal chaos physique? This light, shaking realm cultivator was simply too terrifying. It wasn't him that was terrifying, but the demonic heaven-devouring art. After all, that person had relied on this demonic art to devour all the experts in the world and become a great emperor. After becoming a great emperor, he had modified this demonic art even more. How could it not be terrifying? From then on, the demonic heaven-devouring art had become a taboo cultivation technique. Anyone who cultivated it would be hunted down by everyone. It was just that this light-shaking realm cultivator was too good at pretending to be weak and fooled everyone. When he appeared again, he had already grown up. It would be difficult to kill him again. Now, there was probably no one who was his match. At this moment, in the Fire Qilin cave, the Kunpeng race members also frowned, because their emperor's son was also in danger. The others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The demonic, heaven-devouring art could devour the world. This person was an enemy of the world. It wasn't surprising that the light-shaking realm cultivator had become so powerful. Chao Tianqing also frowned. Had the primal chaos physique been broken? He coldly barked. Light mirror. 12 mirrors appeared around him. They were condensed from light and were extremely terrifying. Chao Tianqing's figure appeared on each mirror. Then the 12 mirrors exploded with attacks that killed the light-shaking realm cultivator. The light-shaking realm cultivator laughed coldly. It's useless. I've already obtained the primal chaos physique. I have the power to split the heavens and earth. As he spoke, he waved his hands. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were sweeping through the air, creating waves of thunder. Instantly, cracks appeared on the 12 mirrors. Too powerful. Chao Tianqing frowned, and his expression became incomparably ugly. The other party seemed to have really obtained the primal chaos physique. At this moment, the light-shaking realm cultivator's body was filled with a primal chaos aura. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. His every move contained the power to split the heavens and earth. He was really too powerful. No matter how fast you are, you can't leave this world. But I can affect this world. What do you have to fight me with? This world, I can completely split it open. A confident voice sounded. The extreme-grade weapon watching in the sky also frowned. It had actually become a new primal chaos physique. The Aquarius of life found it unbelievable. The annihilation spear. That person back then shouldn't have created such a cultivation art. It was too despicable. The black tortoise shook his head. Although that person was no longer here, that person's weapon was left behind. Be careful of that weapon. When the time comes, it will come to you for revenge. Hearing this, the annihilating battle spear was stunned. Then he snorted coldly. He didn't do anything, but his face turned gloomier. It was obvious how powerful that person was back then. He had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but no one dared to say anything bad about him. Light-shaking realm cultivators were simply too powerful. Their attacks were unstoppable. Chao Tianqing's attacks seemed to be unable to injure his opponent. He unleashed millions of punches, but they were all blocked by the light-shaking realm cultivators. Yao Guang summoned a primal chaos stone tablet to block the trillion punch. At the same time, a heaven-splitting axe appeared in his hands. Chop! Not good. The power of this attack was really too strong. The primal chaos body was one of the top 10 strongest physiques in the universe. It was absolutely terrifying. As for the light-shaking realm, it was even more terrifying than Hun Tian. This was because not only did it possess the chaotic body, it had also devoured many other experts. His strength had already far surpassed Hun Tian's. Therefore, this attack was really too powerful. Chao Tianqing used light shadow to resist, but he was still forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The heaven-splitting axe was really powerful. Chao Tianqing wasn't a match for it. The others also exclaimed. Light-shaking realm sneered, holding the heaven-splitting axe in his hand. He said, "You're not my match at all." He was really too happy. Now he had completely obtained the primal chaos body. His strength had more than doubled. So what if it was Lin Wudy? He could definitely trample him under his feet. He looked at Lin Xian again. However, at this moment, the Born Dao Aptitude walked out and said, "You haven't defeated me yet. You can only find him after you defeat me." She leaped into the air and charged over. 10 types of flames condensed into a flaming lotus and charged forward. Primal Chaos Fist. Light-shaking realm punched out with his left hand. Endless primal chaos, Qi, carried a terrifying pressure. Like a primal chaos dragon, it rolled and smashed the flaming lotus. Zhong Lingxiu's arm went numb. Damn it, her strength hadn't fully recovered. Therefore, at this moment, she was suppressed. No, she had to buy some time for Lin Xian because she knew that even at her peak, it would be difficult for her to defeat him. Therefore, she could only rely on Lin Xian next. She took a deep breath and waved her palm. The 5 elements world flew out and circled around to interfere. He wanted to trap the other party. The 5 elements' power in the 5 elements world was very terrifying. It bombarded light-shaking realm's body as if it wanted to kill him. The primal chaos chi on light-shaking realm's body formed 9 primal chaos, heavenly tablets that suppressed everything. At the same time, he sneered. A mere world of laws wasn't a real world. I can even split a real world, let alone your world of laws. Break. As he said that, he held the heaven-splitting axe with both hands and swung it down. The water world in the 5 elements world was instantly broken, and he charged out. Another 2 axes fell, and the 5 elements world was completely shattered. Zhong Lingxiu retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became incomparably pale. The other party had broken her 5 elements world so quickly. This heaven-splitting axe was too terrifying. There were also people from the Hundan tribe who came to watch the battle. At this moment, they were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought that their Hundan physique had been resurrected. However, when they came to their senses, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed the Hundan physique, but not Hundan physique. It had become the light-shaking realm. Damn it! If their highness had grown until now, he should have such power. It's impossible for us to kill him. We can only wait for the ancestor to return. Their ancestor was a quasi-emperor. After he returned, so what if this light-shaking realm was strong? However, their ancestor was fighting with another sword immortal and hadn't returned for a long time. They didn't know where the 2 quasi-emperors had gone. It wasn't just the Hundan tribe. At this moment, the emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were watching the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. The light-shaking realm was too strong. It even felt like it was undefeatable. Zhong Lingxiu attacked again, Tao perceivable. Terrifying runes merged with endless great Tao and bloomed between heaven and earth. Yao Guang also shouted angrily, "Suppress!" His figure also grew infinitely taller, like a giant who could split heaven and earth. The bloodline axe in his hand fell, and Tao perceivable dimmed. In the next moment, Zhong Lingxiu was sent flying. She knew that she had lost. As for the light-shaking realm, an extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. "Lin Wuti, I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Chapter 54:18. Yao Guang won again. It was too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. Yao Guang had been beaten up by Lin Xian. Everyone thought that Yao Guang had lost and had no chance to turn the tables. But now, Yao Guang had evolved into a true primal chaos physique and defeated Chao Tianqing and Zhong Lingxiu. Yao Guang and Lin Xian had swept through the 8 desolations. Now, Yao Guang only needed to defeat Lin Xian. That would be enough to prove that he was the champion. Could Yao Guang, who had broken through, defeat Lin Xian? Everyone was looking forward to it. The people from the Divine Union frowned. A true primal chaos physique, coupled with Yao Guang's divine ability, was terrifying to the extreme. The people from the Z government laughed. That was great. They finally saw hope. Just like that, Yao Guang had trampled Lin Wuti under his feet. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. Terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. He stood up. "I didn't expect you to be able to break through and evolve into a new primal chaos physique. This is beyond my expectations. But since I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. So are you ready to die?" Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shocking everyone. Yao Guang had already evolved into a primal chaos physique, but Lin Wuti was still so confident. Was this the belief of being invincible? Yao Guang snorted. "You're overconfident. My physique has already surpassed your 9 yang, divine physique. Also, I have other divine abilities, so you're no match for me. Let me show you what it means to split the heavens and earth." Yao Guang's figure flashed and charged forward. He used the primal chaos divine fist, which shattered the heavens and earth. It was as if he could turn the universe upside down. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that Yao Guang was really strong, but he was also terrifying. Not only did he have divine fire, but he also had terrifying demonic qi. The demon god's fist turned into a black mountain that surged forward. The two collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Xian was actually pushed back. His blood boiled. He could feel that Yao Guang's primal chaos physique was much more terrifying than Han Tian's. "How about it? Lin Wuti, do you see it? You're no match for me now. I want you to kneel." Yao Guang laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with biting, cold, killing intent as he walked over. Lin Wuti was injured. It was unbelievable. The spectators were shocked to see this. Chao Tianqing and his born Taoism aptitude were also frowning. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "I lost? You think too much. I was able to kill Han Tian before, and now I can kill you again. The chaotic body is nothing in front of me." He burst out with an extremely terrifying light and rushed out. He displayed an unstoppable power and instantly killed his way out. Yao Guang held angrily as he unleashed another primal chaos, divine fist. But this time he was sent flying. The bones in both of his hands were broken, and he was coughing up blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. Lin Wuti's power was too strong. His invincible power was enough to sweep through everything. "Damn it! Look at my power to split the heavens and earth." Light shaking realms, shattered body healed, and he once again charged over. The two peerless powers clashed in the air, each strike causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. The two collided and they were evenly matched. They were too strong. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. After he broke through to the chaotic body, he still couldn't kill the other party. "Damn it, I don't believe it. Behind him, countless black vortexes appeared, and terrifying divine abilities rushed out one after another. There was the Gu family's void divine ability, the Yi family's immortal king divine ability, and the Golden Crow clan's flame divine ability, the Destiny clan's twin divine ability. All kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another, and they all charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and used his body to sweep in all directions. At the same time, he used the Great Emperor's inheritance to the extreme. Demon God Fist, Demon God Seal, Demon God Finger, Demon Overture. All kinds of Great Emperor's secret techniques also flew out. A reincarnation eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly path of reincarnation and the heavenly hand descended from the sky. In the reincarnation tunnel, a shield appeared under the ground to defend. The two fought, and divine abilities were released layer after layer, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. "Unfortunately, you are still suppressed by me." Indeed, the divine abilities he used were too powerful, and they formed their own style. Although Yao Guang was terrifying, he had devoured different divine abilities. It was not so easy to combine them. As they fought, Yao Guang was forced back again. One of his arms was cut off, and a crack appeared on his body. Damn it! Creation of heaven and earth. Bloodline divine axe. His soul burst out completely. His hands gathered together, and a heaven-splitting axe appeared. He slashed forward. A large pitch-black crack appeared on the extreme Dao world. This strike was capable of shattering everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the heavens battle map. The terrifying aura turned into a power that could shock the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the destruction divine axe. The two collided again. The heavens battle map rotated, and the battle intent inside erupted, blocking the power of creation of heaven and earth. He sneered. "It's useless. Your axe is useless against me." At the same time, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was a demonic shadow. As soon as he appeared, he had a domineering aura that swept in all directions. At this time, the extreme path world also shook violently, as if it wanted to suppress this demonic shadow. The demonic shadow roared at the sky, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. After a strike, he disappeared. This strike pierced through Yao Guang's body. The light-shaking realm cultivators had been smashed to pieces. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He was suppressed by the extreme path world. He was shocked. This demonic shadow already had Emperor's might? It was too unbelievable. The three extreme path weapons in the sky were also surprised. Was that the Demon Emperor? This kid summoned the Demon Emperor's phantom. Could it be that he cultivated the illusion demon scripture? The destruction battle spear gasped and frowned. How could it be this kind of cultivation technique? This kid had too many secrets. They could not see through him. Gossip also shook his head slightly. However, even if it was the illusion demon scripture, it could not appear in the extreme path world. He got it. Our suppression. Indeed, Lin Xian clearly felt that it would be difficult to condense the demonic shadow again. This extreme path world was really terrifying. However, even if he did not condense the demonic shadow, he was confident that he could win this battle. A biting cold light burst out from his eyes as he stared ahead. In front of him, Yao Guang's expression became incomparably ugly. His soul body had been shattered. The others were also surprised. Did Yao Guang still have a trump card? He should not have. He had used many divine abilities, but he could not do anything to Lin Wuti. There was no other way. Lin Xian had mastered too many divine abilities. The Great Emperor's divine abilities, the reincarnation eye, the divine physique, and the terrifying heavens battle diagram. Each of them was a top-tier divine ability. Yao Guang was completely suppressed. Who would have thought that the demonic, heaven-devouring art would be suppressed one day? The Great Emperor back then probably would not have believed it. Chapter 5419. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no hope for Yao Guang. The people from the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth. Damn it, were they still at a disadvantage? This Lin Wuti was actually so powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What other trump cards do you have? If not, then you have lost this battle. He walked forward. Lost? No, I can't lose. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. He must win the championship, obtain the great emperor's treasure. That way, no one would be his opponent after he obtained it. And now, in the extreme Dao world, Lin Xian couldn't use the extreme Dao weapon. He couldn't summon the great dragon sword spirit either. This was his best chance. Once he went out, he wouldn't have the chance to kill his opponent. But now it gave him a headache because he couldn't defeat his opponent. In his mind, Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor Foundation's face was gloomy. He wanted to seize Lin Xian's body before, but now it seemed that the chance was getting slimmer and slimmer. At this time, Yao Guang transmitted his voice, Ninth Firmament, give me a bit of your soul. Let me swallow it, and I'll increase my strength to suppress him. After we go out, I'll definitely help you seize his soul. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor was stunned. What did you say? You want to swallow me? He was about to panic. Yao Guang said, I'll only swallow a bit of your soul, not all of it. If you want to repay, you have to give something. Otherwise, I can only settle for second place. Besides, even if I win the championship, the great emperor's treasure will be shared between the two of us. Don't you want to do anything? Yao Guang was also anxious now because he felt that he really didn't have much choice. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face was gloomy. Yao Guang said, don't think too much. He's coming over. I don't have a chance. Fine, I'll believe you this time. For the treasure left behind by the great emperor, he was going all out. He was originally a remnant soul, but now he had to give a bit of it to Yao Guang. He cut off a part of himself and threw it out. A black vortex appeared in Yao Guang's mind and swallowed his opponent in an instant. Lin Xian had already walked over. He held the heavens battle map in his hand, ready to kill his opponent. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the battle was over. The people of the Z government were also in despair. Was there no hope left for them? However, at this moment, Yao Guang opened his eyes. Frightening stars flickered in his eyes, and the 9 heavens formed behind him. He directly swept through the entire area. Lin Xian was pushed back by this force. His blood and qi roiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. What was going on? Why do I feel like the aura of a light-shaking realm cultivator has changed again? Heavens, could it be that he was hiding his strength? Impossible. Some people shook their heads frantically. Given a light-shaking realm cultivator style, there was no way that they would hide for so long. In other words, his strength had instantly erupted again. Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Divine Union were also going crazy. The Crimson Dragon, Yen Ryu, and Murong Qingqing all became nervous again. Lin Xian was actually injured. What was that aura just now? Up in the sky, Big Brother Annihilation frowned. This aura? Lin Xian's expression also changed. This aura was somewhat familiar to him. He seemed to have seen it before, and he carefully thought about it. At this moment, Yao Guang sneered. You want to kill me? Do you think that's possible? The chaotic aura on his body condensed again. Chaotic body, splitting heaven and earth. The void under his feet collapsed, and the illusion of the 9 heavens appeared behind him. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. Once these two forces were unleashed, they were truly too powerful. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check carefully, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this the power of the 9 heavens Quasi-Emperor? How could he use it? It shouldn't be. The 9 heavens Quasi-Emperor was a Quasi-Emperor, and he would be greatly suppressed here. One had to know that he couldn't even summon a demonic shadow, unless there was another situation. Yao Guang had swallowed the 9 heavens Quasi-Emperor. Thinking of this possibility, He sucked in a breath of cold air. Swallowing a quasi-emperor? How terrifying was this strength? Boom! A violent rumbling sound was heard as the 9 heavens pressed down on him. Lin Xian used the heavens battle diagram to resist, but he was still pushed back and his blood and qi roiled. At this moment, the Yao Guang attacked again, splitting heaven and earth. The bloodline divine axe resisted the heavens battle diagram. The 9 heavens pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the 6 realms to reincarnation, and 6 illusory realms resisted. But in an instant, the power of the 9 heavens was shattered. It was too powerful. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Although the Yao Guang had swallowed a little, its power was still unparalleled. Not good. Brother Xian is in danger. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. Yan Ruyu's pupils shrank. Why did this feel like the quasi-emperor she saw in the Yuhua immortal dynasty? The Yao Guang's methods were too terrifying. The situation was reversed, and Lin Xian was suppressed again. Even Chao Tiancheng and the Born Dao Aptitude were surprised. They had never seen such power when they fought with the Yao Guang before. The 9 heavens broke the 6 realms of reincarnation and suppressed the yin-yang diagram. It even suppressed Lin Xian's physique. The Yao Guang sneered. He blocked the bloodline divine axe and the heavens battle diagram. Then he walked over. He stretched out his finger, and the power of the void appeared on it. Lin Xian, do you know how powerful I am now? Can you still compete with me now? Kneel at my feet obediently. You will never be a match for me. The 9 heavens continued to crush, and stars flickered above. That was the power of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was shattered. He roared at the sky, and demonic qi swept out, as if he had turned into a demon god. However, it seemed that he could not break through the 9 heavens. Damn it, the power of a quasi-emperor! It was so powerful. Previously, the Yao Guang had swallowed the chaos physique, so Lin Xian was not afraid at all, because he had defeated the chaos physique before. But this time, the Yao Guang had swallowed the power of a quasi-emperor. Although it was only a little, it had completely surpassed the power of the Saint Realm. Lin Xian had met the 9 heavens quasi-emperor before. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, he had used the corpse of a quasi-emperor to resist. But now he could not use this method here. Damn it, could it be that he was going to lose? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he could not help but use the sword world. If he really could not, he would activate the sword world at all costs. However, this was a threat to Lin Xian. Firstly, there were extreme weapons in the sky. The Hellfire Dragon had said that it was best not to let extreme weapons discover this world. Moreover, Yao Guang might have the 9 heavens quasi-emperor by her side. If a quasi-emperor entered the sword world, he would not be able to investigate the situation. Therefore, Lin Xian roared at the sky. He did not activate the sword world. He was prepared to use his own power to shatter the 9 heavens. The sword intent on his body continued to erupt. It was as if it was going to break through the sky. Yao Guang sneered. It's useless, Lin Wudi, stop resisting. Because you can't escape at all. This is a supreme power that you can't resist. Chapter 54:20. Yao Guang was overjoyed. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? He had only swallowed a little and was already so powerful. 9 Firmament, quasi-emperor, also smiled. Although he had hurt his foundation this time, he felt that it was worth it for the emperor's treasure and to possess Lin Xian. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They all felt sad for Lin Xian. They didn't expect him to lose at the last moment. I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes shone with a shocking light. Haven't lost? Stupid thing, recognize reality. Yao Guang snorted coldly. I won't lose until the last moment. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became more and more terrifying. I haven't tasted defeat since I started fighting. I'm invincible. I'm an invincible great saint. Lin Xian roared into the sky. Boom, boom. The sword energy in his body rumbled. Lin Xian also let out a series of dragon roars. It's useless. Yao Guang sneered. You can't use it here. You're greatly suppressed, so you can die now. He didn't plan to give his opponent any more chances. He formed a seal with both hands, and the 9 heavens suddenly exploded. The stars in the heavens shone as if they could crush everything. The bones in Lin Xian's body crackled. He had suffered a huge impact. He roared into the sky, invincible. I'm a dragon. When he fought against Chao Tiansheng, he used that invincible power. Now he finally used it again, and it was even stronger. Lin Xian turned into a weapon last time. He became one with the sword, like a peerless divine sword that tore through everything. It was broken, but it couldn't be broken. This time, he turned into a dragon. His 9-yang divine body changed. He turned into a dragon. Dragon scales grew on Lin Xian's body, his limbs turned into dragon claws, and a tail grew on his back. With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a true dragon. Roar! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were stunned. Damn it! How could he turn into a dragon? What right does he have to become one of our noble dragons? They roared crazily in disbelief. The Crimson Dragon also jumped out. A true dragon. Heavens, he had really become a dragon. He was too excited. The others were even more dumbfounded. They realized that this was not an illusion. Lin Xian seemed to have really turned into a divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. What kind of divine ability was this? Even Yao Guang was stunned. He didn't dare to believe it, but he quickly let out a cold harumph. No matter what divine ability you have, you won't be able to escape. Be suppressed. The 9 heavens descended, suppressing everything. However, a wave of the dragon claw tore one of the heavens apart. Lin Xian faced the sky and roared. The divine dragon swung its tail like a divine sword and pierced through another layer of the sky. The 9 heavens shook violently as if it would shatter at any moment. What terrifying power! Countless people were shocked. The pupils of those imperial clan elders all shrank fiercely. Chao Tiansheng and the born Taoism aptitude were even more shocked. Yao Guang exclaimed. This was impossible. He knew how terrifying the power of the 9 heavens was. Now it was easily torn apart. What was this? The apex weapon in the sky was also stunned. The Aquarius of life exclaimed. Did he transform into a dragon? The destructive spear was also surprised. Could it be that he had become a divine dragon? The black tortoise shook his head. The 8 trigrams appeared behind him and slowly rotated. The mysteries of heaven are unpredictable. The aura on his body is very mysterious. However, this should be a method for him to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Without using the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could use the invincible power to the greatest extent. This little guy is not ordinary. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. After Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon, he swept through the 9 heavens and tore it apart. Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was pale and his eyes were blank. I don't believe it. In his mind, the quasi-emperor Jiu Shao was also shocked. Damn it, I have to avoid him. He's too strange. You want me to escape? Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of him? Yao Guang roared crazily. He had swallowed so many experts, and even a part of the quasi-emperor's soul. Now he wanted to escape? He couldn't stand it. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the terrifying bloodline axe. With his other hand, he condensed the 9 heavens phantom again. The two charged over. Lin Xian roared, and the divine dragon swept through the 8 trigrams. At the same time, the heavens battle map in the sky turned into a page of the heavenly book and crazily slashed out. Even the 9 heavens were split open. Lin Xian charged toward the bloodline axe. The dragon claw gripped the bloodline battle axe, and cracks appeared on it. Then, the dragon tail slammed into Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang's body instantly split open. He screamed. A pair of dragon claws grabbed at his soul. A light appeared in his soul, and at the same time a shrill voice sounded. Crush the jade pendant. I can't accept this. Yao Guang went crazy. A terrifying vortex appeared in his soul. He wanted to swallow Lin Xian directly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword Qi pierced through and hit the vortex, causing it to shake nonstop. Your demonic, heaven-devouring technique wants to swallow me? Ridiculous. Stupid. The giant dragon rolled and crushed the black vortex. Yao Guang's broken body turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor couldn't take it anymore. He used a wisp of his power to crush the jade pendant. Yao Guang turned into white light and disappeared. The terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the sky, only Lin Xian's figure was left. He turned into the only one. Did Yao Guang lose? The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Even the terrifying Yao Guang was defeated. Damn it. The people from the Purple Mansion felt their vision darken. They were about to faint. Their best chance was gone. The people from Mount Eternal had cold expressions. The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Golden Crow tribe were gnashing their teeth. Their great enemy, Lin Xian, had won the championship? They couldn't accept it. The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Had he won? Had Boss Lin won? Ha ha ha, that's great. Some of the older generation exclaimed. He was indeed worthy of being called the invincible great sage. Lin Wuti was too strong. At this moment, countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. They sighed, envied, gnashed their teeth, and hated him. There were all kinds of emotions. However, none of this affected Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a dragon, stepping on the wind and clouds. One of his eyes turned into the cycle of reincarnation, looking down on the world. Who else wants to fight with me? A loud voice rang out. The world was silent. No one dared to fight. Then, who doesn't agree that I'm the champion of this dragon transformation battle? No one disagreed because all the opponents had been defeated by Lin Xian. No one was his match. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared. In the next moment, he turned into his human form. His face was extremely pale. There wasn't much energy left in his body. Transforming into a dragon this time had consumed most of his energy. However, the effect was very good. He had defeated Yao Guang and won the championship. He stood there, accepting the worship of countless people. Chapter 54:21. Lin Xian defeated all the experts and became number one. He stood there and made countless people look up to him. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The three extreme weapons in the sky also flew down. Black Tortoise announced loudly, since no one dared to fight again, Lin Xian would be number one in this year's Dragon Transformation Battle. The announcement of the extreme weapons shocked countless people. Next were the top 10 rankings. Yao Guangjing lost to Lin Xian, so he was ranked second. As for the third and fourth, Chao Tiansheng and Zhong Lingxiu with the born Taoism aptitude would fight again. It was also a shocking battle. In the end, Chao Tiansheng won and became number 3. Zhong Lingxiu was ranked 4th. 5th was Murong Qingcheng, the number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal, who was only ranked 6th. This made his face frighteningly dark. The people of Mount Eternal outside were also gnashing their teeth. Damn Lin Wuti. All of this was because of him. If it wasn't for him, the championship would have been theirs. 7th was the dog-headed Taoist. 8th was Xiaoying. 9th was Burning Incense. Black Rising. 10th. At this point, the top 10 rankings were all out. These 10 people, their names would be engraved on the divine monument, making countless people want to go there. Inheritance for tens of thousands of years. Not only that, the top 10 would all receive rewards. As for what the rewards were, they were all looking forward to it. Lin Xian was even more enviable, because Lin Xian would receive the treasure left behind by the great emperor. What was it? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A touch of passion appeared in his eyes. What was the great emperor's treasure? Although he had the great emperor's ancient scripture, he didn't mind having another one. The array in the sky flickered. Black Tortoise waved his hand and the array disappeared. The people outside sighed. They could no longer see the situation inside the extreme Dao Valley. Inside the extreme Dao Valley, 10 people stood there. Black Tortoise waved his hand again, and a heavenly diagram appeared in the sky. The extreme Dao heavenly diagram. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the extreme Dao Valley boiled. He said, "The 9 of you can cultivate here and absorb the power of heaven and earth. It can increase your cultivation. Comprehending the extreme Dao heavenly diagram can strengthen your great Dao. You only have 10 days to cultivate here. Make good use of it." What terrifying power! Xiaoying and the others were shocked. Their eyes were red. Although it was only 10 days, their strength would be able to reach a new height. Burning incense, and the others quickly sat down. Murong Qingqing also took a deep breath. She looked at Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian should have a better opportunity. As expected, the 10th emissary was gnashing his teeth in anger. Yao Guang also stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Black Tortoise looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, come with us." As he spoke, an 8 trigrams diagram directly enveloped Lin Xian and then disappeared. Damn it! The first emissary roared, wishing he could shatter the heavens. However, it was useless. The light-shaking realm cultivators were also grinding their teeth. Damn it! I have to break through again. My strength is still not enough. He turned his head and stared at the people around him. They were all super geniuses. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. The born Dao aptitude snorted coldly. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die miserably." With the born Dao aptitude, she could feel the extreme aura around her. If anyone dared to make a move, they would be immediately suppressed. Therefore, she was not worried that the light-shaking realm cultivators would make a move. In Yao Guang's mind, the 9 firmaments quasi-emperor also said, "Don't be rash. If you lose this time, you can find another chance in the future." Yao Guang was not satisfied. She asked, "What do you think the Earth Emperor left behind?" The 9 firmaments quasi-emperor sighed. He was not sure. Not only Yao Guang, but even Chao Tiancheng, Zhonglingxiu, and the others were curious. What exactly did the emperor leave behind? After Lin Xian was enveloped by the 8 trigrams diagram, he flew to an unknown place. When he stopped, he found that the surroundings were vast and misty. There was an extreme Dao door in front of him, emitting a mysterious aura. He looked at the 3 extreme Dao weapons. Should he go in? The Aquarius of Life smiled. "Young man, congratulations. You have become the champion of the dragon transformation battle. You will obtain the treasure left behind by the emperor." Lin Xian also took a deep breath. What was the fiery light in his eyes? It was hard to say what it was, but we have to confirm your identity first. The destructive spear walked over, and a terrifying aura shrouded Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. "Seniors, are you going to attack me?" He was facing a great enemy. If these extreme Dao weapons attacked him, he would not be able to defeat them. The Black Tortoise waved its hand, and the 8 trigrams diagram directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian heard a voice in his ear. "Little guy, don't worry. We won't harm you. We just want to test you." Lin Xian was puzzled. Test what? In the next moment, he saw the 8 trigrams diagram change, as if it had turned into a mysterious scene. A mysterious aura descended from the sky. It was even more terrifying than the great path of the born Dao aptitude. In fact, It was more than 100 times more terrifying. What was this? Lin Xian was completely stunned. On the other side of the sky, a ball of flame appeared, burning there. Lin Xian had never seen such a flame. His 9 sons' divine fire was not worth mentioning in front of it. Was that the sun? Even 100 suns could not compare to that flame. Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of flame was that? Lin Xian walked toward the flame in front of him. His divine body was threatened, and the 9 suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed. It was as if it was about to be extinguished. The scene frightened him. Then he looked at the mysterious aura descending. He flew over, but in the next moment he was struck by lightning. He spat out blood and retreated. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying power! That mysterious aura seemed to be able to kill him. What kind of aura was that? Just as he was puzzled, the 8 trigrams diagram flew out, and all the terrifying scenes disappeared. The black tortoise looked at him with a smile. The destructive spear no longer emitted killing intent. Senior, what was going on? What was that aura and flame? Lin Xian was completely confused. However, the black tortoise said, "Very well, you are the one we have been waiting for. Seniors, can you explain in detail?" Lin Xian still did not understand. The Aquarius of life flew over, and a powerful life aura appeared on its body, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly recovered to his peak state. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his breathing became much calmer. The Aquarius of life said, "No rush, I will tell you slowly. How did you feel about the mysterious aura you saw?" Lin Xian said, "It was very strong, 100 times stronger than the born Tao aptitude." The Aquarius of life said, "It was more than 100 times stronger. It was really too strong. Are you curious about what it was?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. "Please tell me." He was really puzzled. What was that thing? Chapter 54:22. Lin Xian was extremely curious about this mysterious aura that had appeared. He asked, "Senior, what is that?" The Aquarius of life said in a deep voice, "That's immortal aura." Immortal aura. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Are there immortals in this world? He really couldn't believe it. The black tortoise said, "The aura I'm talking about is immortal aura, but what you see is just an illusion formed by the 8 trigrams. But I can tell you that immortal aura really exists." It was just an illusion, but it was already so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was even more shocked that immortal aura really existed. How can one have immortal aura? Do emperors have immortal aura? Where can one have real immortal aura? Lin Xian asked a series of questions. He was really curious now. Because no one could answer these questions, even the Hellfire Dragon and the others probably didn't know. The few extreme weapons in front of him had existed for tens of thousands of years. They definitely knew. You can't cultivate immortal aura, so don't think about immortal aura. The destructive spear said coldly. Lin Xian was stunned. He couldn't cultivate? Had his path been cut off? This was the most fatal blow to him. The black tortoise laughed. That immortal aura illusion injured you as soon as you got close. It means that you're not fated with immortal aura. But aren't you curious? What's the other flame? Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's that flame?" He could feel that the flame wasn't any weaker than immortal aura. What was it? Immortal fire? The Aquarius of life said, "That's not immortal fire, it's godly fire." Godly fire? Lin Xian was shocked. What's the difference? He guessed that it should represent 2 different powers. After all, he had seen this test before when he was cultivating. However, the Aquarius of life said, "Not only are they 2 different powers, they're 2 different paths. After reaching this step, you're destined to surpass the Saint Realm and become a boundary emperor, or even a great emperor. So you're qualified to know this. Today, it's time to tell you in advance, because you'll soon face this path choice." The 8 trigrams, black tortoises, voice slowly rang out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and listened carefully. You know that quasi-emperors are existences that surpass the saint realm. Then, do you know what kind of power is cultivated above the peak of the great sage realm? Lin Xian shook his head. The precious bottle of life said. It was precisely these two types of power, either cultivating immortal energy or walking the immortal Tao. He could either cultivate the divine fire or walk the Tao. Immortal? God! Lin Xian was shocked. Were there really immortals? I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you. Great emperors were able to condense these two types of power. He could either condense immortal qi or condense divine flame. You can be called great emperor, god, or immortal. However, they should not be true gods and immortals. We are generally known as the land god or the mortal immortal. Noticing Lin Xian's confusion, the destructive halberd continued. They possessed power that surpassed the mortal realm, but they still remained in the mortal realm. They were unable to leave or ascend, which was why they were given such a title. Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great emperor did not belong to the human world. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of the magnetism quasi-emperor. Back then he was in the magnetism cave dwelling. The first time he met a quasi-emperor, the other party was holding a scroll with a line of words carved on it. The path to immortality was cut off. No fate with the emperor, and immortality was difficult. At that time, Lin Xian didn't understand what it meant. But now, after hearing these things from the few extreme weapons, he understood. He understood. The immortal path was cut off and the divine gate was closed. These great emperors were stuck in the mortal world, unable to ascend. Why is it like this? Were there no great emperors who succeeded? He looked at the extreme weapons. Those extreme weapons shook their heads. You don't have to think about these things now. You should think about how to become a quasi-emperor first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was true. If he could not even become a boundary emperor, then he would not be qualified to become a great emperor. Thus, he was not qualified to study the immortal path. Moreover, these extreme weapons said that he could not become an immortal, only a god. Regarding this, Lin Xian asked curiously, immortals and gods. Were there any essential differences? There was no essential difference. They did not belong to the mortal realm. It was just that too many things had happened over the years. As a result, there were too many grudges between the two sides, which led to the current predicament. Lin Xian seemed to understand after hearing this. He asked, were the two sides opposing each other? Were they enemies? The destruction spear snorted. There was no need for the two to oppose each other. It was just that in this universe, some people were too despicable. They thought that they had grasped all the power. They mercilessly suppressed those who were different from them. They were our enemies. Lin Xian seemed to understand. The Aquarius of life said, some things are too shocking for you now. Maybe you can't understand. However, as your strength increases, once you break through the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, those people will come to find you. At that time, those people will find you, and you will know who your real enemy is. Only after breaking through the sage realm and becoming a quasi-emperor would you be qualified to be their enemy? Lin Xian was also shocked. What kind of powerhouses would that be? Could they all be quasi-emperors or great emperors? However, a few extreme weapons now said that Lin Xian was weak and there was no need for him to know. This made Lin Xian very depressed. By the way, Lin Xian remembered something. He said that not only did creatures come out of a forbidden land like Mount Eternal, but they also called it the human sovereign. What was that? Was it an existence that surpassed the great emperor? Lin Xian had also experienced the power of the human sovereign. They were immortal and indestructible existences. Hearing this, the destruction spear sneered. Human sovereign? Were they worthy? However, the Aquarius of life said, ignore him. It has a grudge with the human sovereign. Let me put it this way. He is called the human sovereign, which means that he belongs to this world. As I said before, the earth does not belong to the human world. You should be able to tell who is superior and who is inferior. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. The great emperor stayed in the human world because the immortal path was broken and the divine gate was closed. Although this sovereign was strong, he was only called the human sovereign. Therefore, Lin Xian understood. By the way, 3 seniors, what treasure did the great emperor leave for me? Lin Xian was still looking forward to this. He knew some very ancient secrets. These secrets were probably not known to those sacred lords and living fossils. Only those emperor clans that had produced great emperors would know these secrets. However, they would definitely not spread it. The path you're going to take next is the divine path. Therefore, they left you a divine fire seed. With this divine fire seed, when you break through to become a quasi-emperor, there will be no bottleneck. As long as you accumulate enough power, you can break through. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 54:23. No bottleneck? Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. One had to know that this was an extremely shocking thing. Those sacred lords were only at the pinnacle of the great sage realm. They had been stuck in this realm for thousands of years and could not advance further in their entire lives. The main reason was that there was a bottleneck. It was like a natural chasm that blocked their path of martial arts and made them regret it for the rest of their lives. But now, the other party told him that there was no bottleneck. In other words, as long as Lin Xian accumulated enough power, he would definitely be able to break through and become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was really overjoyed. This treasure could be said to be supreme and was what he needed the most. Although he was only a great sage now, he was already preparing to become a quasi-emperor. All right, enter the extreme Tao gate and fuse with the divine fire seed. Hearing the words of the life treasure bottle, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. He walked forward and entered. Soon, he entered the extreme Tao gate. The 3 extreme Tao weapons began to discuss again. He did not even have the slightest chance of fusing with immortal qi. It was really strange. Look at the aura on his body. It has covered the secrets of heaven. Even I can't see through it. There must be some other reason. Brother Annihilation said. But no matter what, his growth will add another powerful force to our lineup. One had to know that he was the successor of the great dragon. Once he became a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, his combat power would probably surpass everything. Thinking of this, the 3 extreme Tao weapons were also looking forward to it. However, the black tortoise still said. Although that was the case, they still wanted to see if he could fuse with the divine fire seed. The divine fire seed was left behind by the previous great emperors. It was very precious, but it did not mean that anyone could fuse with it. See if it had the fate of a great emperor. If not, you would be instantly enveloped by the aura of the divine fire and turn into ashes because you were weak. After Lin Xian entered, he felt as if he had arrived at an ancient hall. The surroundings were extremely dark. There was only a ray of light in front of him. It was a ball of flame. It was very small, but it was extremely bright. The aura it carried was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Was this the divine fire seed? It seemed like this was what he wanted to fuse with. He walked forward, but as soon as he got close, he felt his body split apart. No matter how difficult it is, I must get it. Lin Xian roared, pushing his divine body to the limit. At the same time, a demon god battle armor appeared on his body. The Taiji diagram also appeared. It was the same for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian went all out. He walked forward and slowly approached the seed of divine fire. At the last moment, Lin Xian even used his all-conquering power. All of this was his capital to become the champion. This was the power that allowed him to come here. Finally, he stood in front of the divine flame seed. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was covered with injuries. This process was extremely difficult, but he smiled, and he smiled with incomparable joy. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the divine flame seed. A terrifying force rushed into his body. Lin Xian's internal organs were severely damaged. He roared angrily. Previously, when he fused with the great dragon sword soul, he was also hovering between life and death. Now he was about to face an even more terrifying scene. This was a risk. If he succeeded, his future would be smooth sailing. If he failed, he would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian gambled on his invincible belief and the path of martial arts. Fight! He was enveloped by endless divine fire. He let out a painful roar. However, his body was like a rock. He did not move at all. He was resisting with his powerful will. Outside, in the extreme path valley, everyone was also comprehending the sky map with all their might and absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The born Taoism aptitude person gave up on absorbing the power of heaven and earth and directly comprehended the sky map. The great path in her body was even more terrifying. The others felt their scalps go numb when they sensed it. She was an extremely terrifying woman. Murong Qingqing absorbed the power of heaven and earth while comprehending the sky map. His strength was also steadily increasing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Murong Qingqing and the other 8 were instantly teleported out by a force. When they reappeared, they were already outside of the extreme path valley. When they came out, the people from the various families and sects were waiting outside. When they saw the people inside come out, they were also delighted. The elites of the Divine Union, the Phoenix Clan, the Tao Yi sect, and Mount Eternal all came forward and asked one after another, how was it? When they felt the aura of these geniuses become stronger, they were also delighted. Damn it, they only got second place this time. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. Although his strength had increased, he was still unwilling to accept it. Don't worry, we won't let Lin Wuti continue to be arrogant. I think it's time to make a move. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. On the other side, the first envoy of Mount Eternal returned. He said, I failed. The other envoys also had ugly expressions. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. This time, they were sent by the human sovereign. Their goal was to get first place, but now they had failed. An elder from Mount Eternal said, it's not your fault. It's all Lin Wuti's fault. Now he knew that Lin Wuti had eliminated nearly half of them. He had even killed the second envoy. This was a heavy blow to them. Therefore, they had to take revenge. When Lin Wuti came out, it would be the time of his death. That's right, the first envoy's eyes were also filled with cold, killing intent. Although we failed, we can still assassinate him. Although he got first place and obtained the great emperor's treasure, he didn't deserve it. That belongs to our Mount Eternal. The people from Mount Eternal were ready to hunt and snatch the great emperor's treasure from Lin Xian's hands. The Phoenix Clan was very happy. The people from the Tao Yi sect were also very satisfied. This result was already very good for them, but the people from the Divine Union were looking forward to it. Boss Lin was still inside. What kind of treasure would he get? The others all looked over as well. That's right. What Lin Xian had obtained was an even greater opportunity. What exactly was the great emperor's treasure? However, they waited for another 10 days and found that no one came out. After a month, still no one came out. What the hell was going on? Lin Wuti still hadn't come out. Could he have gotten the great emperor's inheritance? Someone exclaimed. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Wuti already had a great emperor's inheritance. If he got it again, how terrifying would his strength be? It shouldn't be possible. Some people shook their heads. Some people said, but if it wasn't the great emperor's inheritance, why didn't he come out for so long? Chapter 54:24. No one knew whether Lin Xian had obtained the great emperor's inheritance or not. They waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't come out, and some people were already in despair. Let's go. The remote antiquity families left. They had originally come to watch a lively battle. Now that the competition had ended and half a year had passed, there was no need for them to wait any longer. In an instant, More than half of the people had left. Another month had passed, and most of the people had left. However, there were still some people who hadn't left. For example, the Gu family, the 10,000 Dragon Empire, the Z Mansion, and the Eternal Mountain. The Divine Union, the Phoenix Tribe, and the Demon Emperor Mountain hadn't left. These people were all waiting for Lin Xian. Some people were worried about Lin Xian's safety, while others were gnashing their teeth and preparing to attack Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Even the Gu family was getting impatient. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. Not only had they not obtained any benefits, but Gu Feng had also died inside. How could their family tolerate the death of a great emperor's successor? In fact, they still didn't know who had done it. They had suspected Lin Xian, but they had also suspected Light Shaking Realm. They couldn't wait any longer. They looked at the Z Mansion and stared at Yao Guang. "Did you kill Gu Feng when you moved?" Yao Guang's face darkened. "Nonsense." The Purple Mansion Master also said, "You didn't see it. How could you say that?" The Gu family elder said, "Who else could it be besides you? Even if you weren't, you had to go through the Gu family's experts. Otherwise, how could you know the void divine ability?" These people were full of killing intent. Since they couldn't find out who the enemy was, they could only target Yao Guang. Yao Guang snorted coldly. "I'm not interested in that trash Gu Feng." "Who are you calling trash?" The Gu family elder was also angry. He took a step forward and killing intent instantly appeared on his body. "Why? Do you want to fight?" The Z Mansion Master also stood up. Yao Guang and Xiao Ying sneered. They were both in the top 10. If they really fought, they weren't afraid of the other party. "Take down Yao Guang." The Gu family people were furious. They took out the Void Mirror. On the other side, the members of the Hundan clan were also filled with killing intent. "How dare you devour the primal chaos body? We will use your head to refine the soul sky. Are you courting death?" Yao Guang was also furious. He had lost to Lin Xian and was already incomparably furious. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he would gladly oblige. "Kill!" With a furious roar, he charged towards the Hundan clan. The chaotic body was unleashed, sweeping across the world. The experts of the Hundan tribe kept coughing up blood. Damn it, the other party was using their power to attack them. Revenge. These people rushed over. The people from the Gu family also charged over. The Void Finger directly struck down. Those people felt their scalps go numb. The Purple Mansion's Lord took out the Dragon Cauldron to block the attack. It was also a sovereign weapon with a mysterious origin. The collision between the two created a shocking force. All of a sudden, the three major forces actually clashed together. The momentum was vast. The surrounding heavens collapsed, and Earth split apart. The others all backed up, all of them fleeing. There was nothing they could do about it. The power of an extreme grade weapon had already been displayed. They simply couldn't withstand it. The extreme grade world also started to shake violently. From inside, the destruction spear flew out and roared, "Scram! Otherwise, we will mercilessly attack and kill all of you." At the same time, the 8 trigrams diagram and the Aquarius of Life also flew out. The power of the three of them continued to rise as if they were about to fully recover. Sensing this scene, the expressions of the others changed. The people from Mount Eternal waved their hands and left first, sending people to keep an eye on that guy. They quickly left. The 10,000 Dragon Court, the Golden Crow clan, and the Twins of Destiny also left one after another. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. The people from the Gu family gritted their teeth. "All right, let's change the battlefield." They soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. "They weren't afraid of you." They also flew over. The people from the Hundan clan also followed. For a moment, the extreme grade world was completely silent. The Gu family, the Purple Mansion, and the Hundan clan went to another place to fight. The others also didn't dare to come near the extreme grade world. They could only wait in the distance. The people from the Divine Union also landed at the side and began to wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Many things had happened in this year. Those who returned from the extreme grade world had improved. Some people had an epiphany, and their strength had broken through. Some people had accepted the extreme grade valley, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They became more and more famous, and their strength became stronger and stronger. However, the news about Lin Xian had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared again. There was another thing that was even more shocking. The news of Gu Feng's death had spread to the Gu family. The people from the Gu family roared crazily and attacked the Purple Mansion to take down the light-shaking realm. The Purple Mansion also displayed their strength and fought back. In the end, the Gu family returned empty-handed. On the other side, the Hundan clan was more miserable. They were attacked by the people from the Purple Mansion and were severely injured. They had no choice but to close their doors. This series of events shocked everyone. The following battles would probably become more and more intense. This was because they guessed that someone who surpassed the Saint Realm would appear very soon. A true Great Emperor would appear in this golden era, and this process would be incomparably tragic. Sure enough, some other sects also clashed with each other. Even the Emperor clans were fighting. Obviously, some people were already anxious. They were eager to fight for a great emperor. Of course, no one would forget about Lin Xian. For example, the people from Mount Eternal had their eyes fixed on the extreme grade realm. As long as Lin Xian came out, they would know immediately and take action. Another year passed. It was already the third year. Most of the people from the Divine Union had already returned. After all, they belonged to different sects and clans. Furthermore, Baisusu was the great elder of the Divine Union, so she had asked everyone to return. She felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger. He should only be receiving some kind of treasure. It would just take a long time. Therefore, there wasn't a need for too many people to stay here. In the fourth year, Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and Yan Ruyu all frowned. Why wasn't he out yet? Could there have been an accident? At this moment, the black tortoise 8 trigrams flew out from the extreme grade realm. They said, "You must be Lin Wudi's friends. Don't worry, he is very safe inside. However, we can't say when he will come out. Why don't you go back first? When he comes out, he will look for you." Murong Qingqing and the others discussed and felt that the extreme grade weapon was right. Therefore, they nodded. "All right, thank you very much, Senior. Please take care of Big Brother Xian." The black tortoise nodded. "Don't worry, we have high hopes for that little guy." With the assurance of the extreme grade weapon, Murong Qingqing and the others were completely at ease. Therefore, they also discussed for a while and returned. In a moment, the outside of the extreme grade realm was completely quiet. No one stayed. However, they had no idea that there was an eye of darkness hidden under the ground all this time. Chapter 54:25. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. It had been 5 years since the end of the dragon transformation battle. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged in a magical place in the extreme path world. His body was surrounded by terrifying, mysterious flames, and there was a flame rune between his eyebrows that kept jumping. There was a flame seed in his body that was fusing with him. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows tightly. The fusion this time was really too difficult. Although only 5 years had passed, he had probably only fused a little. After all, this was a divine fire seed. Once the fusion was completed, there would be no bottleneck for him to become a quasi-emperor. He guessed that the fusion would take at least 500 years. It might even take longer than that. This was something that the extreme path weapon did not tell him before. In fact, although the extreme path weapon did not tell him, in the eyes of Brother Annihilation and the others, having a divine fire seed was already a heaven-defying opportunity. Not to mention 500 years. Even if it took 5,000 years, there would still be people who would be willing to fuse there. After all, this was their only chance. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He could not afford to waste 500 years. Therefore, he decided to use some of his trump cards. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out something from the small world, the Hourglass of Time. Previously, he had obtained the Hourglass of Time in the Azure Ruins on the 18th level of Hell. Although the Azure clan was destroyed, it must have had something to do with time. Therefore, Lin Xian had once returned to 10 years ago through the Azure Ruins. He stayed there for a while and returned. He helped the Azure Ruins and completed some things. In the end, he was given 2 hourglasses of time that contained the power of time. Lin Xian had not used them before. Now, in order to fuse with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian was ready to use one. He opened the hourglass of time, and a mysterious light appeared around Lin Xian. In the next moment, he disappeared. He had returned to 90,000 years ago. His surroundings were dark and silent. Lin Xian looked around. He was stunned. He was actually still in this mysterious space. It should still be the Extreme Tao world. It seemed like the Extreme Tao world had already existed 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Even if he had to spend 500 years, Lin Xian would choose to spend it in the past. Thus, when he returned to the real world, not much time had passed. Just like that, this gave him an advantage. The time required to fuse with the seed of divine fire was simply too long. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For the past 300 years, Lin Xian had been quietly cultivating here. However, one day, 300 years later, a cry of surprise came from outside. It turned out that 90,000 years ago, there was also a battle of dragonization here, and the champion was a young man from the dragon clan. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. His body exuded an aura that could sweep through everything. He was truly too strong. He had defeated everyone in the world and obtained first place in this dragon transformation battle. Beside him, there was a woman with an extremely beautiful face. She had dragon scales on her body. She was also a proud daughter of the dragon clan. In this dragon transformation battle, there were actually 2 people from the dragon clan in the top 10. It was really unbelievable. A young man had obtained first place. As for that woman, she had obtained 9th place. It was also a very terrifying result. That was great. Brother Xiaotian had finally obtained first place. This woman was called Long Yu, and the brother Xiaotian she spoke of was the handsome young man from the dragon clan. He was also the first person this time. The following situation was very similar to Lin Xian's. The extreme Tao weapon took Long Xiaotian away alone, while the others cultivated in the extreme Tao valley. They wondered what kind of opportunity Brother Xiaotian would obtain. They were filled with anticipation. The extreme Tao weapon brought Long Xiaotian to a mysterious place. Surrounding them, clouds and mist surrounded them. In front of them was an extreme Tao gate. Long Xiaotian was extremely excited as he walked towards the extreme Tao gate. At the same time, inside the extreme Tao gate, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Had someone come in? Sensing the scene, he immediately frowned. No, he couldn't let anyone in, because he came from 90,000 years in the future. If someone came in, something unexpected would happen. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and slapped out with his palm. An extremely terrifying sound came from inside, as if a divine sword was sweeping in all directions. Just as Long Xiaotian wanted to enter, he was attacked. His pupils constricted as he waved his dragon claw and slapped on the attack. In the next moment, he was forced out. What was going on? The extreme Tao weapon was also stunned. What had happened inside? Long Xiaotian frowned. He looked at the extreme Tao weapon around him and said, "Senior, I want to know, why is it attacking me?" His face was a little cold. What? The extreme Tao weapon was also stunned. Could it be that something had happened inside? They were really shocked. Lin Xian, who was inside, was also surprised. This person was really not ordinary. He had a powerful dragon aura on him. He had used a powerful attack just now, but it only forced the other party to retreat. The other party was not injured at all. As expected of the first person in the dragon transformation battle from 90,000 years ago, he was indeed strong. Moreover, he was now in the dark and was very mysterious. If he really wanted to fight openly, he might not be able to suppress the other party. However, he could not let the other party in. Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. An extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. He mobilized the power of the divine fire seed and shot out a trace of flame. Outside, the extreme Dao weapon was still puzzled. They were about to investigate. Suddenly, a trace of flame flew out from the extreme Dao gate. It danced in the air and turned into a word. Get lost. This word was imprinted in the void, just like that. Long Xiaotian's face instantly darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was so angry that he trembled. As a top genius, how could he allow others to slap his face like this? Even if the other party was a supreme existence, it was not allowed. Those extreme Dao weapons were also stunned. When they sensed that the flame was a divine fire seed, their pupils constricted. Could it be that the divine fire seed was rejecting Long Xiaotian? Thinking of this, they sighed. Although they previously thought that Long Xiaotian was a top genius of the Dragon Clan. Once he grew up, he might become a great emperor. Moreover, he could also become one of them. However, it seemed that it was a pity that the divine fire seed did not agree. They could only say that he was not fated and that they would send him back to the extreme Dao Valley. Long Xiaotian's face completely darkened. His body kept trembling. At the same time, an even more terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. Not fated? Ha ha ha! What a joke! His gaze directly pierced into the extreme Dao gate as if he wanted to see everything clearly. No matter who you are, you slapped my face today. When I become a great emperor in the future, I will definitely return it 10 times or 100 times. After saying that, Long Xiaotian waved his sleeve and turned to leave.